from the Biafra region that speaks for the betterment and freedom of the people must face these principalities created by Nigeria and Britain. We had such principality in 2015, where a principality stationed his devilish friend, who put his political ambition above my husband's health and life, under the guise of representing my husband on pro bono. The full details of what happened is narrated. I narrated that in my book. You might be wondering, what book? What is this book she talking about? Yes. When I visited my husband in the DSS, and we talked about everything I am doing has come to a halt, which is my work, my businesses, and my charity organization, and the difficulties myself, his sons, are going through as a family in his absence. The difficulties the little one has to deal with in school because of his father's absence. My social life, because as a wife of a freedom fighter, I will not go to just anywhere. I will not speak to just anyone because there are enemies unknown. Those of you on social media, have you seen the insults and lies going on social media about me? I'm not on social media, but I do get told that I have relatives on social media. But it doesn't bother me. I see those people as people who are below the belly of the snake. And that means the lowest of the lows. When someone is below the belly of the snake, the person is lower, is the lowest of the lows, lower than them all. Because 100% of these people know nothing about me, and 97% of them have never set their eyes on me. So when you indulge in talking about someone you know nothing about, and insulting that person who did nothing to you, you are a dundee. My father was saying, and to be honest with you, that does not bother me because I don't do that. And as my husband most times will say, I know you don't like that. I know you don't like that. It will done that to me. He knows I can't bother because the frequency that I operate in is far above your limit. So I really won't blame you if you look at me and you think, oh my God, I don't believe there's such person in this world. Let me drag her into the pot where you and your fellow pigs are playing with delight. But believe you me, I won't get in there with you because I don't do dirt. I don't do dirt. Another lie that I need to debunk here is that our little son won the sum of $500,000, the sum of $500,000. I saw a particular in fact it was my husband's uncle, the wife sent it to me, his uncle's wife sent it to me, and I said, I've seen this. Said this one is different. This one is different. This one has $500,000. The other one was $5,000, and this has that became the picture. Are you serious? So I listened and I still ignored it. Anyway, I don't have time. I've been very ill. I got a few phone calls, which I had to explain, telling these people that the news is a hoax. Is a hoax. It's not true. It is not true. Our latest one did not win any $500,000. It's not true. People who are not to media were talking about it, and the wicked thing about this lie is that was the time the financial burden of my medical treatment became very critical. A few people asked me during the 30th of May, And I was surprised. I'm like, it's very serious. I don't take it seriously, but people are really asking. So it means some people believe that Nnamdi Kanu's son won $500,000 US. That is a hoax from the pit of hell. I don't know where that came from, but that was propagated to hinder, I believe, to hinder me from getting any financial help or anywhere. I don't know what it is in the East, but I'm trying to put one and two together. I don't get it. These are some of the principles that I deal with as a wife of a freedom fighter. This is the principality that I deal with as a wife of the Kanu. The sacrifices that I have made and still making. So in all these, my husband suggested to me, and he said, I mean, when we were talking about the difficulties we're facing as family, he suggested to me, you've always wanted to write it. Why don't you write a book? And I said, okay. And I started. This book is an X-ray of my life. It is an X-ray of my life as the wife of a freedom fighter. True life story. From the very first day Nnamdi Kanu set his eyes on me till date. It is a book with names, locations, evidences, and details of all the events that occurred around me as the wife of the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu, the freedom fighter. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Biafrans. The book is on 80% completion, and I promise you, it will be a bomb. So strap your seatbelt and wait for that book. So many things that you do not know about and will never know will be made known to you in that book. Wait for it. Sorry, I had to digress. I had to just digress to that very point. Anyway, so going back to the principalities of 2015, where a supposed counsel who was supposed to defend my husband was rather using my husband to cash out and climb his political ladder. I had to take the bull by the horn. I nearly lost my son then. I was going into 8 months. That was the last trimester. Because of the stress. Because of the pain I went through then. I would vomit every day from the day I conceived till the day I put to bed. I would vomit every day. I will lie down on the floor for at least 1 hour. I will be unconscious. Every morning I will be unconscious. And after an hour or so, sometimes 45 minutes, I will regain consciousness, and then I will stand up and start to fight for my husband. I had to take the bull by the horn, and that was what gave birth to Barrister Ifeanyi Ejiofor you see today. And you all saw what he did then and what he is still doing. I mean, what I brought him in then for, he did. So my husband, our leader, Nnamdi Kanu, left him and loved what he did and worked with him and continued to work with him and gave him a different contract, I think. And both of them they've been working together since then. I just did my job then to make sure that my husband stayed alive. Because this very person, I have this narrated in my book, this very person, this very counsel would sit in front of the, what is it called, the media, without having done any work, Every work, every filing done in the magistrate court was done by my father. And because some of us don't talk doesn't mean that, in fact, when people don't actually tell their own part of the story, you should be afraid. Because in Maika has Ikwado. Let me not dip in too much into that. I want to encourage every one of us, the principal officers, the leadership, and the Biafrans at large. Do not be discouraged whenever you are faced with these principalities, because they will always attack you whenever you're doing the right thing or in the right direction of this movement. Nobody knows that I have been very sick, very, very sick. Even though the leadership are aware, but none of you know that I've been very sick. Nobody knows. And I have been undergoing some surgeries. And currently I'm still on treatment, regardless. Regardless my state of health, I had to arrange for doctors from my sickbed for my husband. And I'm glad to tell Biafrans that his medical investigations have begun. And I'm sure you already know that. At this point, I have to appreciate my PA, Chioma. She has been more than a PA to me. She's been a sister to me. When no relation, no sister, no brother, no friend, no husband was to see me through this life-threatening surgery. She was there for me. She had to come. Because according to the medical law, I cannot undergo that important procedure because I need an adult. There must be an adult with me. So by the time I returned to the land of living, this happened on the 4th. By the time I returned to the land of the living, she had already collected my little boy from school. In fact, I had some medical procedures that I had to go back on my feet. Some medical procedures that I had before that very one I had on the 4th. I had to go, but no one to take me home, no one to pick Nnamdi from school. I have to get up and walk slowly from the very procedure to his school to pick him up from school. And I will be walking slowly. You imagine all eyes on me, and everyone will be wondering, why is she walking that slowly? The penultimate surgery, which is the second to the last surgery I had, was on the 22nd of June, 2023. The medical procedure failed. In fact, after some trials, it failed. And I was in severe pains. But whilst I was on the recovery bed, I was watching the appeal court proceedings in the UK. The appeal court proceedings for my husband in the UK. I was on the failed surgery recovery bed, and I was watching it. So this time around, because no one can come, nobody, Chioma had to come for the last surgery as they refused me being alone. This happened 4 days before the Finland rally. And as duty called, I had to obey. I had to obey the voice of IPOB and disobey the voice of my medical doctor who told me, do not speak on top of your voice, you're still very faint, you need to, don't do anything, don't walk, don't drive, don't do this, don't sit down for long, do not do any strenuous movement. But guess what? The day after the surgery, I am left with no choice than to take my little one to school, still in pains after Chioma had left. I said I had to drive. I was told don't drive, but I had to. Who would? Don't walk to him. I had to, because nobody would do it for me. Chioma, I want to thank you. I can't thank you enough. But please, you need to activate my social media handles. In fact, as we speak, I need you to begin to activate my social media handles. We are going back to social media. So ask yourself, when you cast aspersions and insult the movement and the leadership, what sacrifice are you making? Every one of us has one thing or another that we're sacrificing. But when you cast aspersions, what sacrifice are you making? Ask yourself that question. Probably your data and your returns from your paymasters, and you use your data to call names. Those name callings, they mean nothing. I see them, I call them ad hominems. You have ad hominem, you have ad hominem fallacy. And when you are in that mode, your frontal lobe is dormant, doesn't work. And because you're pugnacious, impetuous, and impertinent, your actions and behavior depicts insanity, depicts insanity like you. You can't reason, you're running around like only. Once again, I want to appreciate all Biafrans all over the world. The principal officers, the leadership, and Umakwani. Speaking of Umakwani, please, DOS and Biafrans back home, I have a worry that we are accepting the fact that our children cannot study history in school, can't learn anything, don't know anything about our history. Let us all rise up to make sure that Igbo language and the history studies are being taught in schools. Our petitions or whatever, let's start to write. Because if you put your ears to the ground, you will notice that Africa is beginning to raise her voice. Africa is rising. There is a sound of revolutionary union for Africa by Pan-Africanists. And we know that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a Pan-Africanist. And we must be among the protagonists of this new song. I, for one, I am a lover of sound mind and of sound reasoning. So our children must be trained in that line to stand against principalities and powers in the future, to reason rationally and not emotionally. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. It's a pleasure. I really appreciate you all, and I thank you for this very honor. May Chukwu Okike Abiama, onye nke pụrụ ime ihe niile, bless and protect you all. Ise. This is Radio Biafra, and this is where we worship. From me, from here, it is good evening.
From Olu province of Biafra land, and today is the 3rd day of September 2023. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform. This is a revolutionary radio instituted by Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is the leader, the supreme leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, but he is in the Nigeria secret police dungeon, illegally detained, because he was illegally renditioned from Kenya with the tacit support of Britain, whose passport Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was holding, or is still holding, even at the point of rendition in Kenya. and sent illegally back to Nigeria, breaking international laws. Britain, Kenya, and Nigeria, they broke international laws. They didn't have any regard for the rule of law, for human rights. Britain is always trying to, shamefully champion Britain. They always tell us or give lectures on human rights and the maintenance of the rule of law. But Britain directly involved in renditioning one of our citizens, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, right from a third country, Kenya, to Nigeria. Something they prevented in the 1982 or 83, when the then head of Nigerian state, late Buhari, also tried to kidnap Umaru Dikko, although albeit Umaru Dikko was a criminal, and he is never, or he has never been a citizen of the United Kingdom. Umaru Dikko stole billions of dollars, naira, and all of them from Nigeria and ran down to Britain, where Britain secured him. When the then military head of state, Buhari, tried to kidnap him from Britain, they were caught. The agents sent to do the job, they were caught by the same Britain. And people went to jail. Some 8 years, 3 years, some people were deported, and Britain had a heavy diplomatic role for over a criminal, Umaru Dikko, who was not even a British national. He never held the British passport. But Britain had to, in order to protect a criminal, because he brought money stole money from Nigeria to Britain. Britain has to jail people involved, both Nigeria agents and the Mossad agents that were hired, and other collaborators, and deported some people, and also made sure that they had diplomatic rules with Nigeria for many years. But here, Britain hypocritically is a hypocritical country. See, they planned and renditioned a British citizen named Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria. The reason why, because he was logically, legally, legitimately advocating for self-determination of Biafran people through a referendum. But because it was not for the interest of Britain. Britain is the number one, thief in the whole world. Britain is number one. They steal from very impoverished countries, and they will come around and tell you that, oh, they are fantastically corrupt, oh, they are this and that. They are not. They renditioned Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to Nigeria and kept him there. It is a direct command of Britain. This is how they show people their true color. Every day they stand without being ashamed. They stand and start telling people about the rule of law. You have to maintain the rule of law. You have to, maintain democracy. Their own democracy, maintenance of democracy is complete. For their interest, complete. It doesn't matter who died or who was slaughtered, who gets slaughtered. That is not their problem. This is the world we are in. But we have discovered their system. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, even upon being renditioned, he was sent to the court, and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu defeated the Nigeria government in their own court. And the Nigeria Appeal Court gave a verdict on the 13th day of October 2022 that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be discharged and acquitted. And not only that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should never stand trial in any Nigerian court any longer. But since 13th of October 2022 till today, the Nigerian government refused to obey their own court. They refused to obey the rule of law, the court order, their own court order. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed no crime known to Nigerian law. You understand? That is the world we are sitting. That is the evil world we are in. When Britain tells you about democracy, they are telling you about installing a puppet, their own puppet that will be helping them to steal gas and oil and all the minerals in Nigeria and in other African countries. That is what they mean by their democracy. Very shameless. That is who they are. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu say we are going to defeat Britain with superior arguments. That is what we are doing. Because what is good for the geese is good for the gander also. Remember that Britain, Margaret Thatcher called Nelson Mandela when she was MP, member of parliament, during the ANC struggle. British government called ANC a terrorist organization. They labeled Mandela a terrorist, an international terrorist. If you understand me. But they didn't stop apartheid to be kicked out of South Africa. Do you see it? I could remember when Theresa May came, when she was the prime minister, he came to visit South Africa, and on the way to Robben Island, a British journalist, that's why I love them anyway, when they are talking about their politics, internal politics, these Western journalists, you see them bring their, their profession, exhibit their profession without fear or favor. Once they are dealing with their internal affairs, they don't miss words. But once, if they are dealing on international politics like African politics and news about Africa, it is there they try to deceive, polish news in order to deceive. The man was asking Theresa May. He said, "Now you are going to visit a person that you labeled a terrorist during your time. I think as a member of parliament in the UK government. What are you going to say about it?" I watched it. Even the woman, the British Prime Minister as of then, Theresa May, some years back, was not comfortable. She was a kind of stuttering. The man was asking if you want to get out from the question. The man will bring him back. He said, "Now you label this man a terrorist, but now you are going to visit his solitary confinement in Robben Island." He brought him back. He brought her back, and the woman was stuttering, talking gibberish. That is the way they are going to talk. Because the restoration of Biafra will even herald a new beginning. So that we will treat with each other, with Britain, with America, with all countries, with mutual respect, mutual benefit. Not what they are doing in Africa today. Not the exploitation that they are holding in Africa, they continue doing in Africa, exhibiting in African countries today. In the name of using democracy. Because this democracy is just a term coined by the Europeans in order to continue their neo-colonialist agenda in Africa. What I'm telling you is reality. How many democratic countries in Africa are progressing? Is Cameroon not a democracy? Where their president, that one, I don't know, the great-grandfather, since 50-something years, he's in power. Is it not democracy installed by the Europeans that made the Bongo family to continue ruling? What of Togo? Yasema Eyatema. A family Remember that the father of this present president, the former president Yadema, he was paid to kill the first president of Togo that said no to France's neo-colonialist agenda. He refused to sign the pact, the secret pact for continuation of colonization, signed by every francophone president that enters power. That man refused, and they paid Yadema whether $600 or $800 as of that time in order to kill the man direct. And they killed that fine president who was killed, Olympio, if I'm not mistaken. He was killed by Yadema. And after dying, his son took over till today. And today, we are hearing that the European Union force, they are mobilizing in Togo. You know that is the continuation of the scramble for Africa. But this time around, it is no more business. It's not going to be business as usual. Remember, America tried all their best in order to subjugate Afghanistan, but they got resistance from the people. The people, it doesn't matter with your military power. Once the population is against you, there is nothing you can do. I am telling you, it's a matter of time. Who is in power today? Who runs the government of Afghanistan today? It is the Taliban. The people that we are called names, killed by Americans, done everything. But it doesn't matter the number of years. They resisted because it is their land. A foreigner will come and go, but the owner of the land will remain. So they are in power now. And the world is dealing with them. You have to deal, you have no choice. Because you have to respect international laws. The sovereignty laws, Westphalian sovereignty laws. That is the reality. So it doesn't matter what the Europeans or the West, they have the weapons, they have everything. But we, the indigenous people in Africa, we are in our continent. We are patient. The Europeans, they are because for them, ECOWAS is wasting time in order to go to war against Niger. Now they come direct, stationing in Togo their military forces. But you can win the war, but you can, to win the peace will be the problem. America won the war in Afghanistan. I could remember when George W. Bush was happy on television that they bombed Tora Bora with a Tomahawk missile. After all those things, the end justifies the means. Who is there today? America tried everything in order to find a saving face to run away from Afghanistan. Because you can bomb, you can occupy people with military force, but you come and rule now, that is the problem. One day you will run away. Once the people are against you, there is nothing you can do. It doesn't matter, it takes 1 year, it can take 10 years, it can take 20, 50 years, you must surely run away. That is the reality. Because the population, African populace, is now opening eyes on our suffering in that continent. That, they smartly installed people, that are representing only their benefit in the name of democracy. Today, Africans are waking up. You understand? That is why today I'm going to talk on a topic that says genuine Pan-Africanism. That is the topic of our discussion today. Therefore, I want each and every one of you listening to me to invite your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform. This is where we preach the gospel of liberation. The gospel of genuine Pan-Africanism is not making mouth service. No. We say it the way it should be, so that we shall progress, so that Africa will restore its space in this beautiful earth we are in. Because we have been a people cajoled, subjugated, enslaved, in any way, continuous exploitation till today. But it is time to say no. And we are doing it systematically. That is why we are agitating for the restoration of Biafra. IPOB is championing it. And our supreme leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who is still in the enemy dungeon. Albeit being released, ordered to be released, discharged and acquitted by the Nigerian court. But the Nigerian government, they don't obey their own law, their own court order. And it's a democracy, isn't it? Very ironic. But they are the people that are trying to go to restore democracy in Niger. Britain is using them. France is using them. The West is using them just for their interests. Do you see? I continue saying this. History is repeating itself. Africans were used to conquer Africans. During the transatlantic slavery. What started this transatlantic slavery? When the Portuguese merchants, they were coming to West Africa, buying and selling, bringing their goods and taking African goods also in exchange. Buying and selling, normal. Until they came one time, I think in 16th century, 15 something. Now the on our 15th century is 14 something, 1400s. The seller of that ship say, no, let us try to enter inwards in order to look for another type of merchandise. And he ventured inside in the in the interior of present-day Mauritania, and they captured some people there. Some people, Africans, about whether 10 or 100 of them. They captured them and secretly took them to their ship, and off they went. What happened when they arrived in Portugal with these people? These people started pleading that, look, spare us. Do not take us. Do not enslave us. We will rather help you become your agents in Africa, so that we will capture our brothers. We have people that we have been waging wars. They now remember their enemies, the other African, tribes that are their enemies. We will help you conquer them. Now we become your enemy, your agents. You empower us. And that talk, they found favor in the king of Portugal that time. And after signing some treaty with those people, either 10 or 100 of them, I couldn't remember, but it is either 10 or 100. Either 10 of them. Now, do you know what happened? The European, the Portuguese, they brought back these slaves. Instead of arriving in the shores of Africa and turning against them, these people fulfilled their promise and carried them to other tribes with their arms. Their then guns as of that time, and used them, guided them, used the Portuguese now, guided them and went at either clan or other tribe and captured a whole people. Now the Portuguese were happy, but inside them they were surprised. What type of people are these? People that can sell their brothers. And they remarked that thing, that mentality. And that is what they have been dealing with. When you talk about black race, African, they label them in the black book, the Europeans, the West. People that can sell their own, for their own private interest. It never changed it today. And they empower these people. And they become their agents. And all other things were history. That was the start of transatlantic slavery. They are still doing the same thing today. And let me tell you also, do you know why? When they established the first church, the Roman Catholic Church arrived first in Onitsha. In 19th century, 1857 to be precise, if I'm not mistaken. Why they accepted them? It is not because of any other thing to worship or no. Onitsha accepted them because in order for them to use them as foreigners with the power to be dealing with the Obosi people. Obosi. All this I'm telling you is they are historical facts. Because they have been having skirmishes with their neighbors, their own brothers. Obosi, these clannish problems, that is common, which is normal. But the mistake Africans are making, or made and are still making, is collaboration with the white people, with strangers, in order to deal against their own. This thing made the European other races to label Africa as traitors. Till today, it is in all their books, all their secret books, that Africans are traitors, self-traitors. You understand? Something that other races don't do. When the Chinese were in their civil war, they were fighting each other. Normal, because every race in this world, there are problems everywhere. In Europe fought tribal wars more than in Africa. I used to say this. I want you to research whatever we say here on Radio Biafra. It's not we don't say things because we just say it. No, these are historical facts. The Visigoths, the Gothics, they wanted to kill themselves into extinction. Do you understand? How do you call these pirates? Today you are using it as a secret society mantra. The pirates, they are these Scandinavians. They go for them. The Western Europeans fear them like anything, because they say they go like lightning. They don't know how they come. They don't know how they go. The pirates, they kill themselves until they want to, kill themselves into extinction. In Europe, Europeans, they were cannibals. But after they started thinking, they said, no, let us stop these wars. As I was saying, when Chinese were having wars between themselves, Japan tried to benefit from brothers fighting in order to invade them, to colonize them. And when these warring factions, Chinese warring factions, saw that another stranger, foreigner, is coming to invade them, one didn't make an agreement with Japan to side in order to kill the other. No. The two of them, they quickly, as wise people, two of them quickly made peace with themselves and said, look, if we are fighting, we are brothers, so no, we have internal issues, we are killing ourselves, no problem. It's better we kill ourselves than foreigners come to kill us. You understand? So they quickly made peace and started resisting Japan as a common people. So that after everything, if they finish fighting, wedding off strangers, now if they want, let them continue their own war. It's their own thing, brotherly fight. It doesn't matter. That is how wise people reason. But Africans don't reason like that. That is why I say Africans, they have not reached a mental, that advanced mental state of enlightenment. I used to say it here, and think about what I'm saying. How can you, two brothers, for example, in a family, if two brothers, they can be fighting. But if a foreigner come, if they are wise, they will make peace, even temporary truce, and now face the foreigner. That is how wise people do. That is how wise people behave. Because they are wise. It is wisdom. But if a foreigner came now and meet them fighting and join one, now one will say, yes, I have a partner now. Help me kill my brother. After killing your brother, the foreigner will turn against you and will enslave you. Do you understand? That is the mistake of Africans. They allow the West in order to continue using them. So that impoverishing Africans, they don't care. They don't care. Any person that rises up, Thomas Sankara rose up in 1983 as a young, vibrant fellow that wants this neo-colonialism out of Burkina Faso. They still use his brother to kill him. And all the things he worked, all of them, they turned them round. That man is still in Blaise Compaoré. He's still in Côte d'Ivoire. He's in exile. What these people fail to understand is that it doesn't matter you are a billionaire, you are a president, or you are whatever, you will die one day. When Silva Berlusconi died, I was marveled. Because this man was a man that I read one time. His doctor was boasting that, Silva Berlusconi, he will continue making Silva Berlusconi 50 years younger than his age. Get number one kidney every time. Any organ that is not has any slightest problem, they will change it. So he boasted that Silva Berlusconi will live very long life. But it is not like that. You understand? It is not like that. Everybody must end. Everybody must be extinguished. This oxygen you are breathing, one day it will no more function. You will no more breathe it. The heart will stop. What matters is the legacy. Because whether you are from Africa, from America, everybody, the ultimate end of every human being is death. The problem is, what legacy did you lay in this planet Earth? That is the thing. But all these African politicians, they don't care about it. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. Look at Paul Biya of Cameroon. Shamelessly, Macron used to stand up, welcome him. That man is no more living in Cameroon. He lives in Switzerland. He comes to Cameroon. They carry him to come to Cameroon only during election time, election period. That is only time by his great grandchildren. He don't know what is happening in Cameroon. But the Europeans are having field day over there. They made the beer less costly than water. Water is more costly than beer, alcohol in Cameroon. Drink yourself into stupor. Dance makosa. Do any other thing, but don't talk about politics. That is Cameroon for you. That is the truth. That is the truth. And France is happy. The Europeans, the West, they are happy. Oh, it's democracy. It's democracy. They're promoting democracy. Africans, we need to rise up and take our space, take charge of our destiny. It's not going to be palatable. We have forces to contend with. It is going to be a strategic war or fight. Strategic fight. Fight of wise fight. You understand me? That is why every time I say it, it's for those that are saying why some countries are going from another one colonization to another. Talking of China, Russia, others. I disagree completely. You cannot wrestle yourself out of a powerful hand oppressor by yourself. You have to do it siding an opposing force, equal and opposing force to that your oppressor. America is today a separate country that detached themselves from Britain. Who helped them? It was France. Without France, America wouldn't be a country today. They would have been part of British colony till today. They wouldn't have had the government they have today. There would have been another type of government, maybe like Australia, bowing down to the Queen. Do you understand me? They wouldn't have been a powerful country they are today. If not of France. France was a powerful country as of that time, in the 18th century, or 19th century, early 19th century. France was powerful also. So, in order to remove themselves to fight a powerful country like Britain, the colonies, the 13 American colonies, they have to beg France to help them. And France will come to their rescue. Because France, no matter their European neighbors with Britain, they are having competitions. They are friendly enemies. Or they were friendly enemies. You understand? So, America at that time, the Unionists, they use that benefit They made use of that benefit between two fighting giants, and they brought one giant to side them. Did the France after colonize America? Is it not America today that is even being in front of France? Is the France pursuing America like licking us? Is it not the same? Is it not it? You in this world, you have to profit. Anywhere you should, you have your interest, you grab it, even if it is temporal. Grab it. No attachment of this sentiment. No, there is no sentiment in international politics. Anywhere you see, you are anything you can grab for your benefit. As of that time, you take it. If you go, now you use your God-given wisdom, because a country is filled up with people that has wisdom. Now you use your wisdom think tanks in order to wriggle out of the hold of that new strong person. That is how it is done. So when people say that Africa is trying to get out from one colonial master to another, I beg to disagree. It is lie. Why didn't France colonize America? When they ran away from British colony, with the tacit support of France, direct support, they didn't hide it. They brought arms to fight against Britain. After, why didn't France recolonize America? But all these things you don't ask. You don't ask all these questions because you don't know. You are ignorant. Anything they talk. When you see people analyzing all these episodes, African episodes on mainstream media, people you think you see that they are intellectuals. You see that their understanding is highly limited. The way they see things is completely limited to reality. You understand me? You will see somebody when he's talking because he's a PhD from Cambridge. He has to talk for the interest of where he schooled in Britain. That is the truth. They don't tell you the reality, the bottom reality of things. No, they don't tell you. You see the analysis just like it doesn't reach the ground. So many of them, they don't make sense. So any person, any powerful country that you can align to, in order to get what you want, grab what you want as of that time, you grab it, you get something. In international politics, it is getting interest as of that time. If you grab that thing you want, now you use your diplomacy might, every might, in order to wriggle, continue holding your interest. That is how it is. When Mandela came out from jail, he started visiting. He invited even people from both Palestine, friendly to them. And when he visited America, they were asking him, Mandela, you say you are championing democracy. Why are you making friends with the people that are terrorists? Palestinians, terrorists. That is how they ask him. One thing Mandela Madiba answered them. He said the most mistake the West is making is thinking that their enemy should always be our enemies. That is not done. It's not done. When they were, after all, America sided with Britain in order to support apartheid, give them arms, encourage them to slaughter black people. Now, when you come to people that helped you, Cuba helped apartheid regime. Anti-apartheid. Cuba, Fidel Castro helped the ANC. China helped. Even Russia helped them in order to gain independence from apartheid. Now, when you come out, they want you to just hate them because you are. They will order you just hate those that that helped you. Does it make sense? And you will just blindly accept. This is a world whereby we are all equal. In this world, equally created, all of us came out nude. No human being came out from the mother's womb with clothes or with any other thing. No. The same way everybody came out. The same way I come out from my mother's womb is the same way Joe Biden, the American president, came out from his mother's womb. Everybody in this planet Earth. And all of us is going to die. So why do we feel inferior? It doesn't make sense. Before I go to the subject matter today, I will just read I think one or two headlines. News headlines, please. Okay. Days when Naira will be stronger than US dollar is coming back. Redeem the Church Overseer Pastor Adebayo predicts. That is, let me see, September 3, 2023 news headline. Are you seeing it? They are selling stupidity to people. This that the GOs, this so-called God of men or men of dogs, I don't know. They are selling stupidity to the people, to the population. Days when Naira will be stronger than US dollar is coming back. All these things is once they made an agreement at the backyard, secrecy. Tinubu will call them and tell them, look, you have to brainwash people to support my government. And they will come and start prophesying. Oh, we are predicting, we are prophesying. It will be so. The Komoyi have been saying that Nigeria will be paradise since 1986, praying for Nigeria till today. The same thing. But the problem is the people that are going on all these things, the people that are believing all these things, they continue acting like animals, believing. You don't ask this man, say, Oga sir, how is Naira going to be stronger? When you manufacture nothing, when your source of foreign income is only natural resources like petroleum. Even though you don't refine petroleum, you drill it, but you don't refine it. How is it going on? How? When you import everything into Nigeria, you import everything. So you are working for other countries. The whole citizens are working for other countries. But because when you are using foreign products, you are slave to all these people. You are making them to expand their factories, their industries by importation. Every time you are in China, imported. There are people in China. No need of traveling to and fro. Our people now, they know, in order to cut costs, one person will go to China and stay. Others will be in Nigeria. Just they will transmit money and he will buy goods and import. So, we are just, you see that we are just doing boy for Chinese, mostly. And only taking commission. Because everything you import, you don't manufacture nothing. So how are you going to earn your reserve? Foreign reserve. How? Foreign currency. How? I read one time, last time, I think they said the foreign reserve, Nigeria foreign reserve is either $3 billion only. A country of 230 something million people. Reserve is, foreign reserve, whether $3 billion. Whereas Gaddafi, during his time, he had a external reserve of more than $150 billion. Highest in Africa, with no external debt. That is why they killed that man. A Pan-Africanist. But here they are predicting to you. And in that church, once you say, people will say, amen. Say, okay, rise, let us pray. You see Neanderthals praying. You ask them, is this the way that Dubai became who they are today? By just predicting and everybody clapping and shouting hallelujah. Now, before you know it, magic wand, things change and the country, Naira started having value over dollar. Can you, even all this type of headlines, other nationals are reading it. It is highly shameful for this to make a headline in Nigeria. It is highly shameful. That is why Nigeria shame every one of us. A pastor predicting, Naira will be more than dollar. And everybody is reading it. You are shouting amen. Ordinary electricity you don't have. If you want to set up a factory in Nigeria today, you will budget for an electric generator that will be either even more costly than the whole factory you are trying to set up. It will be engulfing a different money every day, fueling it to run your factory, because there is no electricity. These people will not tell you that, look, at least we need electricity 24/7. Don't Nigeria have the capacity of building a nuclear reactor? Let me ask. Don't Nigeria have the capacity of building a nuclear reactor so that Nigerians will have light, electricity? You see that this is a grand conspiracy in Nigeria by Britain. I say Britain, so that to deny Nigeria, the type of suffering they put in Nigeria is too unearthly suffering. All this so that the people will not rise up, because they know that when there is electricity, people will start doing something. You understand? There will be manufacturing, mostly by Biafrans. Igbo people will start making use of it. Instead of, in order to deal with Igbo people, they are suffering everybody. And no electricity. Everybody, you have the highest importers of electric generator is Nigeria in the world. And what all these politicians do, Britain encourages them, go outside, go Malaysia, go China, build a generator factory, so that you'll be sending it to Nigeria. That is what they do. They are suffering people unnecessarily. And the worst of it is this, that the people in Nigeria don't know that they are suffering artificially. It's artificial suffering. Some people are putting this suffering artificially. It is not natural. Now they use clergymen in order to give.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media video, April 25th, 2024. What if the arms you sell are being used not to combat terrorism, but to fuel it? How would you feel? This is the question that hovers in the minds of the indigenous people of Biafra, or IPOB, as we raise concerns over the arms sales to the Nigerian government. We express that these weapons intended to safeguard a nation are instead being used to perpetuate violence and unrest. The IPOB, led by the indomitable Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, cleareth that the Nigerian government is not utilizing these arms to combat terrorism, as they claim. Instead, we certify that these weapons have been deployed against peaceful communities, causing untold harm and displacement. These are facts that present a chilling picture of a government that has weaponized its military resources against its own people, rather than the terrorists they profess to fight. This situation raises a fundamental question about the ethics of arms sales and the responsibility of nations supplying these arms. The gravity of this matter cannot be underestimated. Lives hang in the balance. To understand this issue, we must first travel back in time. Let's rewind to the year 2021, when the Kanu jets first arrived in Nigeria. These jets, equipped with cutting-edge technology and lethal firepower, were heralded as Nigeria's formidable weapon in the fight against terrorism. However, the reality that unfolded was starkly different. The Nigeria government, instead of using these jets to combat terrorist groups in northern Nigeria, turned these weapons against its own people. The targets were not the terrorists who operated in the open, but innocent peaceful communities and internally displaced people's camps, which were supposed to be safe havens for those fleeing violence and terror. In the eastern region, the jets were deployed not to secure, but to terrorize. The peaceful Igbo villages in the Olu local government area of Imo State bore the brunt of these attacks. For 2 long years, from 2021 to late 2023, these jets were never used against the terrorists they were meant to fight. Instead, they were consistently used in bombing innocent people in Imo State, in the eastern part of the country, in Biafra land. The ID camps in the north, full of victims of Boko Haram terrorist attacks, were not spared either. These camps, already struggling with the aftermath of violence, were further devastated by the intentional bombings by the Nigeria military. The displaced persons who were already victims once were victimized again, this time by the very forces that were supposed to protect them. This is the twisted chronology of events that unfolded after the arrival of the Kanu jets. These jets, once symbols of hope and security against terrorism, have instead become harbingers of destruction, raining down terror on innocent lives. The jets, once a symbol of hope against terrorism, have become harbingers of destruction for innocent lives. The narrative presented by the Nigeria government is a far cry from reality. This phrase, as distressing as it may sound, carries a weight that is impossible to ignore. Let's delve into this web of deception. The Nigerian government stands accused of creating the very terrorist groups it claims to combat. This isn't a mere allegation, but a horrifying reality that questions the integrity of those in power. Instead of protecting the citizens they've sworn to serve, they've orchestrated a terrifying dance of chaos and violence. The purpose, it's all a smokescreen, a diversion to distract the world while they plunder the nation's wealth. Unthinkable, isn't it? But the evidence is there, hidden beneath the ashes of burned villages and the cries of displaced people. And then we have the fighter jets, jets that were supposedly purchased to fight terrorism, jets that were meant to bring peace and security back to a nation crippled by fear. But where are these jets really going? Are they soaring through the skies of northern Nigeria, hunting down those who spread terror and destruction? Unfortunately, the answer is a resounding no. Instead, these jets have been turned against the very people they were meant to protect. Innocent, peaceful communities have been targeted, their homes reduced to rubble, and their lives forever changed. And the deception doesn't stop there. Internally displaced people's camps, heavens for those who've lost everything, have been intentionally bombed. Why? To prevent these displaced persons from returning to their communities that have been handed over to the very terrorists they were supposed to be fighting against. The 2 Kanu jets, which arrived in Nigeria in 2021, were never used against the terrorists. Instead, they were consistently used to bomb innocent people in the eastern region of the country, Biafra land, and IDP camps in the north, victims of Boko Haram terrorist attacks. The reality is far more sinister than we were led to believe. This is not just a case of corruption or mismanagement. This is a deliberate, calculated move to exploit a nation's fear for personal gain. The question is, how much longer will the world stand by and watch? The brunt of this deception is borne by the indigenous peoples of Nigeria. In particular, the people of Biafra and other indigenous communities are experiencing the harsh realities of this situation. The indigenous people have found themselves trapped in a conflict they did not ask for and are suffering greatly as a result. The Biafra villages, once vibrant and full of life, have been transformed into war zones. The once peaceful skies now echo with the terrifying roar of fighter jets, and the ground shakes with the impact of their deadly payloads. The homes and livelihoods of the innocent people of these villages are being destroyed, their lives torn apart by the violence inflicted upon them. The bombing campaigns have also led to mass displacement of people. Communities have been forced to abandon their ancestral lands, their homes reduced to rubble. The internally displaced people's camps, which should have been a safe haven for these displaced individuals, have also been targeted. The eastern region, also known as Biafra land, has become a primary target for these bombings. The region, rich in culture and history, is now a landscape of destruction and despair. The bombings have not only caused physical damage, but have also left deep psychological scars on the people. These actions are not just a violation of human rights, they are a threat to the very existence of these communities. The indigenous peoples, who have a deep and profound connection to our lands, are being robbed of our homes, our culture, and our history. The impact of this situation extends beyond the physical destruction. It's an assault on their identity, their heritage, and their very existence. The time for action is now. The indigenous people of Biafra, led by the indomitable Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, have a clear and resounding call. We urge the international community, including the Italian government, to halt any plans to sell Air Force jets to the Nigerian government. Instead, we recommend placing an arms embargo on the Nigerian government, a government that has shown a clear pattern of human rights violations and disregard for the sanctity of life. The IPOB's call is not a call for interference, but for informed decision-making. It's a call to prioritize human lives over business transactions. It's a call to uphold the principles of justice, respect, and dignity that form the bedrock of any thriving society. This is not just a call for the IPOB, but a call for all who value human rights and justice. Stand with the IPOB. Stand against the misuse of arms. Stand for human rights. Thanks for listening to IPOB Rapture Media. Please support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media video, April 25th, 2024. What if the arms you sell are being used not to combat terrorism, but to fuel it? How would you feel? This is the question that hovers in the minds of the indigenous people of Biafra, or IPOB, as we raise concerns over the arms sales to the Nigerian government. We express that these weapons, intended to safeguard a nation, are instead being used to perpetuate violence and unrest. The IPOB, led by the indomitable Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, cleareth that the Nigerian government is not utilizing these arms to combat terrorism, as they claim. Instead, we certify that these weapons have been deployed against peaceful communities, causing untold harm and displacement. These are facts that present a chilling picture of a government that has weaponized its military resources against its own people, rather than the terrorists they profess to fight. This situation raises a fundamental question about the ethics of arms sales and the responsibility of nations supplying these arms. The gravity of this matter cannot be underestimated. Lives hang in the balance. To understand this issue, we must first travel back in time. Let's rewind to the year 2021, when the Kanu jets first arrived in Nigeria. These jets, equipped with cutting-edge technology and lethal firepower, were heralded as Nigeria's formidable weapon in the fight against terrorism. However, the reality that unfolded was starkly different. The Nigeria government, instead of using these jets to combat terrorist groups in northern Nigeria, turned these weapons against its own people. The targets were not the terrorists who operated in the open, but innocent, peaceful communities and internally displaced people's camps, which were supposed to be safe havens for those fleeing violence and terror. In the eastern region, the jets were deployed not to secure, but to terrorize. The peaceful Igbo villages in the Olu local government area of Imo State bore the brunt of these attacks. For 2 long years, from 2021 to late 2023, these jets were never used against the terrorists they were meant to fight. Instead, they were consistently used in bombing innocent people in Imo State, in the eastern part of the country, in Biafra land. The ID camps in the north, full of victims of Boko Haram terrorist attacks, were not spared either. These camps, already struggling with the aftermath of violence, were further devastated by the intentional bombings by the Nigeria military. The displaced persons who were already victims once were victimized again, this time by the very forces that were supposed to protect them. This is the twisted chronology of events that unfolded after the arrival of the Kanu jets. These jets, once symbols of hope and security against terrorism, have instead become harbingers of destruction, raining down terror on innocent lives. The jets, once a symbol of hope against terrorism, have become harbingers of destruction for innocent lives. The narrative presented by the Nigeria government is a far cry from reality. This phrase, as distressing as it may sound, carries a weight that is impossible to ignore. Let's delve into this web of deception. The Nigerian government stands accused of creating the very terrorist groups it claims to combat. This isn't a mere allegation, but a horrifying reality that questions the integrity of those in power. Instead of protecting the citizens they've sworn to serve, they've orchestrated a terrifying dance of chaos and violence. The purpose, it's all a smokescreen, a diversion to distract the world while they plunder the nation's wealth. Unthinkable, isn't it? But the evidence is there, hidden beneath the ashes of burned villages and the cries of displaced people. And then we have the fighter jets, jets that were supposedly purchased to fight terrorism, jets that were meant to bring peace and security back to a nation crippled by fear. But where are these jets really going? Are they soaring through the skies of northern Nigeria, hunting down those who spread terror and destruction? Unfortunately, the answer is a resounding no. Instead, these jets have been turned against the very people they were meant to protect. Innocent, peaceful communities have been targeted, their homes reduced to rubble, and their lives forever changed. And the deception doesn't stop there. Internally displaced people's camps, heavens for those who've lost everything, have been intentionally bombed. Why? To prevent these displaced persons from returning to their communities that have been handed over to the very terrorists they were supposed to be fighting against. The 2 Kanu jets, which arrived in Nigeria in 2021, were never used against the terrorists. Instead, they were consistently used to bomb innocent people in the eastern region of the country, Biafra land, and IDP camps in the north, victims of Boko Haram terrorist attacks. The reality is far more sinister than we were led to believe. This is not just a case of corruption or mismanagement. This is a deliberate, calculated move to exploit a nation's fear for personal gain. The question is, how much longer will the world stand by and watch? The brunt of this deception is borne by the indigenous peoples of Nigeria. In particular, the people of Biafra and other indigenous communities are experiencing the harsh realities of this situation. The indigenous people have found themselves trapped in a conflict they did not ask for and are suffering greatly as a result. The Biafra villages, once vibrant and full of life, have been transformed into war zones. The once peaceful skies now echo with the terrifying roar of fighter jets, and the ground shakes with the impact of their deadly payloads. The homes and livelihoods of the innocent people of these villages are being destroyed, their lives torn apart by the violence inflicted upon them. The bombing campaigns have also led to mass displacement of people. Communities have been forced to abandon their ancestral lands, their homes reduced to rubble. The internally displaced people's camps, which should have been a safe haven for these displaced individuals, have also been targeted. The eastern region, also known as Biafra land, has become a primary target for these bombings. The region, rich in culture and history, is now a landscape of destruction and despair. The bombings have not only caused physical damage, but have also left deep psychological scars on the people. These actions are not just a violation of human rights, they are a threat to the very existence of these communities. The indigenous peoples, who have a deep and profound connection to our lands, are being robbed of our homes, our culture, and our history. The impact of this situation extends beyond the physical destruction. It's an assault on their identity, their heritage, and their very existence. The time for action is now. The indigenous people of Biafra, led by the indomitable Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, have a clear and resounding call. We urge the international community, including the Italian government, to halt any plans to sell Air Force jets to the Nigerian government. Instead, we recommend placing an arms embargo on the Nigerian government, a government that has shown a clear pattern of human rights violations and disregard for the sanctity of life. The IPOB's call is not a call for interference, but for informed decision-making. It's a call to prioritize human lives over business transactions. It's a call to uphold the principles of justice, respect, and dignity that form the bedrock of any thriving society. This is not just a call for the IPOB, but a call for all who value human rights and justice. Stand with the IPOB. Stand against the misuse of arms. Stand for human rights. Thanks for listening to IPOB Rapture Media. Please support the ESN at www.ipob.org. Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media video, April 25th, 2024. What if the arms you sell are being used not to combat terrorism, but to fuel it? How would you feel? This is the question that hovers in the minds of the indigenous people of Biafra, or IPOB, as we raise concerns over the arms sales to the Nigerian government. We express that these weapons, intended to safeguard a nation, are instead being used to perpetuate violence and unrest. The IPOB, led by the indomitable Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, cleareth that the Nigerian government is not utilizing these arms to combat terrorism, as they claim. Instead, we certify that these weapons have been deployed against peaceful communities, causing untold harm and displacement. These are facts that present a chilling picture of a government that has weaponized its military resources against its own people, rather than the terrorists they profess to fight. This situation raises a fundamental question about the ethics of arms sales and the responsibility of nations supplying these arms. The gravity of this matter cannot be underestimated. Lives hang in the balance. To understand this issue, we must first travel back in time. Let's rewind to the year 2021 when the Tucano jets first arrived in Nigeria. These jets, equipped with cutting-edge technology and lethal firepower, were heralded as Nigeria's formidable weapon in the fight against terrorism. However, the reality that unfolded was starkly different. The Nigeria government, instead of using these jets to combat terrorist groups in northern Nigeria, turned these weapons against its own people. The targets were not the terrorists who operated in the open, but innocent, peaceful communities and internally displaced people's camps, which were supposed to be safe havens for those fleeing violence and terror. In the eastern region, the jets were deployed not to secure, but to terrorize. The peaceful Igbo villages in the Olu local government area of Imo State bore the brunt of these attacks. For 2 long years, from 2021 to late 2023, these jets were never used against the terrorists they were meant to fight. Instead, they were consistently used in bombing innocent people in Imo State, in the eastern part of the country, in Biafra land. The ID camps in the north, full of victims of Boko Haram terrorist attacks, were not spared either. These camps, already struggling with the aftermath of violence, were further devastated by the intentional bombings by the Nigeria military. The displaced persons who were already victims once were victimized again, this time by the very forces that were supposed to protect them. This is the twisted chronology of events that unfolded after the arrival of the Tucano jets. These jets, once symbols of hope and security against terrorism, have instead become harbingers of destruction, raining down terror on innocent lives. The jets, once a symbol of hope against terrorism, have become harbingers of destruction for innocent lives. The narrative presented by the Nigeria government is a far cry from reality. This phrase, as distressing as it may sound, carries a weight that is impossible to ignore. Let's delve into this web of deception. The Nigerian government stands accused of creating the very terrorist groups it claims to combat. This isn't a mere allegation, but a horrifying reality that questions the integrity of those in power. Instead of protecting the citizens they've sworn to serve, they've orchestrated a terrifying dance of chaos and violence. The purpose, it's all a smokescreen, a diversion to distract the world while they plunder the nation's wealth. Unthinkable, isn't it? But the evidence is there, hidden beneath the ashes of burned villages and the cries of displaced people. And then we have the fighter jets, jets that were supposedly purchased to fight terrorism, jets that were meant to bring peace and security back to a nation crippled by fear. But where are these jets really going? Are they soaring through the skies of northern Nigeria, hunting down those who spread terror and destruction? Unfortunately, the answer is a resounding no. Instead, these jets have been turned against the very people they were meant to protect. Innocent, peaceful communities have been targeted, their homes reduced to rubble, and their lives forever changed. And the deception doesn't stop there. Internally displaced people's camps, heavens for those who've lost everything, have been intentionally bombed. Why? To prevent these displaced persons from returning to their communities, communities that have been handed over to the very terrorists they were supposed to be fighting against. The 2 Kanu jets, which arrived in Nigeria in 2021, were never used against the terrorists. Instead, they were consistently used to bomb innocent people in the eastern region of the country, Biafra land and IDP camps in the north, victims of Boko Haram terrorist attacks. The reality is far more sinister than we were led to believe. This is not just a case of corruption or mismanagement. This is a deliberate, calculated move to exploit a nation's fear for personal gain. The question is, how much longer will the world stand by and watch? The brunt of this deception is borne by the indigenous peoples of Nigeria. In particular, the people of Biafra and other indigenous communities are experiencing the harsh realities of this situation. The indigenous people have found themselves trapped in a conflict they did not ask for and are suffering greatly as a result. The Biafra villages, once vibrant and full of life, have been transformed into war zones. The once peaceful skies now echo with the terrifying roar of fighter jets, and the ground shakes with the impact of their deadly payloads. The homes and livelihoods of the innocent people of these villages are being destroyed. their lives torn apart by the violence inflicted upon them. The bombing campaigns have also led to mass displacement of people. Communities have been forced to abandon their ancestral lands, their homes reduced to rubble. The internally displaced people's camps, which should have been a safe haven for these displaced individuals, have also been targeted. The eastern region, also known as Biafra land, has become a primary target for these bombings. The region, rich in culture and history, is now a landscape of destruction and despair. The bombings have not only caused physical damage, but have also left deep psychological scars on the people. These actions are not just a violation of human rights, they are a threat to the very existence of these communities. The indigenous peoples, who have a deep and profound connection to our lands, are being robbed of our homes, our culture, and our history. The impact of this situation extends beyond the physical destruction. It's an assault on their identity, their heritage, and their very existence. The time for action is now. The indigenous people of Biafra, led by the indomitable Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, have a clear and resounding call. We urge the international community, including the Italian government, to halt any plans to sell Air Force jets to the Nigerian government. Instead, we recommend placing an arms embargo on the Nigerian government, a government that has shown a clear pattern of human rights violations and disregard for the sanctity of life. The IPOB's call is not a call for interference, but for informed decision-making. It's a call to prioritize human lives over business transactions. It's a call to uphold the principles of justice, respect, and dignity that form the bedrock of any thriving society. This is not just a call for the IPOB, but a call for all who value human rights and justice. Stand with the IPOB. Stand against the misuse of arms. Stand for human rights. Thanks for listening to IPOB Rapture Media. Please support the ESN at www.ipob.org.
Welcome to IPOB Rapture Media. IPOB press release, the 24th of April 2024. IPOB calls on Italian government to place arms embargo on the Nigeria government. The global family and movement of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, ably led by the great and indomitable leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, calls on the Italian government to halt sale of Air Force jets to the Nigeria government, but instead place an arms embargo on the Nigeria government for flagrant violations of human rights and shelling of peaceful communities of indigenous peoples in Nigeria. We call on all civilized nations to stop further sales of military hardware and software to Nigeria because of their pretense of fighting terrorists. The Nigeria government has created the terrorist groups that they are pretending to have been fighting in order to displace indigenous nations and allow individuals in power to loot the country's funds. Therefore, we appeal to the Italian government to stop the military aircraft purchase deal they entered into with the Nigeria government. We also ask other countries considering selling arms to Nigeria to stop because Nigeria is not using the arms for their intended purposes. IPOB has no intention to interfere with the Italian government's business, but wants to inform them that the Nigeria military have not used the previously acquired arms and ammunition, including fighter jets, to fight terrorists who operate in the open in the northern Nigeria, but have targeted innocent and peaceful people. Unarmed IPOB members have also been the victims of Nigeria military's brutality. Some of the internally displaced people's IDP camps in Nigeria have been intentionally bombed by the Nigeria military to prevent the displaced persons from returning to their communities already ceded to the terrorists as their own. Recently, an Okwama community in Delta State, Nigeria was invaded, bombed, and the entire community displaced by the Nigeria military. The Nigerian government and her murderous military are known for human rights violations and genocide against her civilians. In 2021, the Nigerian Air Force bought 12 inches A-29 Super Tucano jets from the United States of America to fight terrorism in Nigeria. After the delivery of those fighter jets, they were deployed in the eastern region of the country and were used in bombing of Igbo villages and its people, mostly in Olu local government area of Imo State. From the day the Tucano jets arrived Nigeria in 2021 till late 2023, They were never used against terrorists, but were consistently used in bombing of innocent people in Imo State, in the eastern part of the country that is Biafra land, and also in bombing of ID camps in the north, who are victims of Boko Haram terrorists' attacks. The Nigerian government's plan to purchase about 20 more fighter jets from Italy for the Nigerian Air Force now raises the question: why would the Italian government consider selling fighter jets to Nigeria to be used on innocent, armless and peaceful Igbo communities like the US did in 2021? If the Italian government cares about the lives of indigenous peoples in Nigeria, then this deal has to be cancelled because it is a threat to the lives of millions of people resident in the eastern region, Igboland. Nigeria government deceived United States of America in 2021 that those Tucano jets will be used against terrorists in the country. Have they also told another lie to the Italian government so that they can secure the purchase of these Air Force jets? We are watching. The life of the indigenous Biafrans must be protected at all means by cancelling this deal to sell arms to Nigeria. It is public knowledge that the Nigerian government and her military are not sincere in the fight against terrorists. Instead, they are after unarmed activists and innocent Nigerians. The Nigerian government is indirectly sponsoring terrorists, and that is why there is no terrorist in detention or on trial in Nigeria. On the contrary, the arrested terrorists have all been released by the Nigeria government and her military. The Nigeria government negotiates with the terrorists and pay them millions of dollars in ransom. These terrorists operate freely from their camps in the open desert vegetation of the northern Nigeria, which can easily be mapped out by aerial surveillance of the military. That confirms that the Nigeria government is not sincere in the fight against terrorists, but uses terrorism as a means to fleece public funds. IPOB urges the Italian government to halt the sale of jets to the Nigeria government because their fight against terrorism is a hoax. The Italian government should not fall into the Nigeria government's deception. Any supply of arms and ammunition to the Nigeria government is a tacit support to human rights abuse and violations. The Italian government and her citizens are civilized and should not support any government that is violating the fundamental human rights of her citizens. Civilized nations should not fall into the falsehood peddled by the Nigeria government and her air force over fighting terrorists, but in reality, they are killing innocent people because of ethnic bigotry and greed. We are calling on the Italian Prime Minister, Miss Giorgia Meloni, to place an arms embargo on the Nigeria government for their history of bombing civilian population and for human rights violations. The Nigeria government and Air Force entered into agreement with the Italian government to supply them 24 aircrafts and for 6 aircrafts to be delivered every 6 months. The aircrafts were scheduled for every 6 months starting soon. IPOB members worldwide demand civilized nations across the world to stop the supply of ammunitions to Nigeria because they are indirectly sponsoring Boko Haram and other terrorist groups in northern Nigeria to continue. Comrade Emma Powerful Media and Publicity Secretary IPOB.
Are you on Google now? Let us go to Google because I have told our people that Bintanyako is compromised. Bintanyako, her full name, let me call her full name, Fatima, in short, Injustice, Fatima, Binta, Motalanyako. Injustice, Fatima, Binta, Motalanyako. Who is Motalanyako? Let us open the picture now. I want to see who is Motalanyako. Let us go there. Are you there now? Look at the screen. I have come fully on the screen. Who is Motalanyako? The husband of Bintanyako. After this topic, we will know if Bintanyako is qualified to handle Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case. Bintanyako, as for me, before we continue, she is not qualified to handle Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case. How can a judge that her husband and her son is facing fraudulent charges be handling the case of a freedom fighter? Bintanyako can never be competent in this matter. The world should listen, and your duty in this program is to tag in all international handles, and all media, bring them closer, draw them closer to this very program. Every government official handle, bring them closer to this program. We are fighting this battle step by step, and this is the latest step now. Bintanyako must quit the case of Nnamdi Kanu. When IPOB said that Bintanyako should do so, I am here to prove it. Bintanyako family is not qualified to handle Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case. Imagine the kind of fraudulent case they are facing. Bintanyako is also involved because this morning the husband and the son ate. Bintanyako benefited from the money. So instead of Nigerian government to add Bintanyako in the charges, cut out this video. After watching it, please, from this place the topic started, cut it out. Make sure it go viral. Bintanyako ate from this fraudulent money. How can your husband, your son be involved in fraud? Does it mean none of them bought you a wristwatch? None of them bought you at least a provision. So your son didn't buy you anything from this fraudulent money. The name of Bintanyako is in this charges, in this very charge. But the case of Nnamdi Kanu becomes the replacement. That is why you didn't see the name of Bintanyako in this. They are only holding the husband and the son so that Bintanyako can use Nnamdi Kanu's freedom to exchange her fraudulent husband and son. Now, let us go down again. Let us go down here. Reason by yourself. How can a husband and the son be involved in front? And you tell me that the wife, which is the mother of the son, did not eat money from this. Are you telling me that the whole family will be involved in front and the wife is not involved? You are dreaming. Bintanyako is fully involved in this matter. Bintanyako is fully involved in these fraudulent charges. Let us read. 29 billion naira fraud. EFCC rearranges ex-Adamawa Governor Nyako and the son. Now, which day? Look at it. It is a current threat to Bintanyako. A current threat. If you fail to jail Nnamdi Kanu or if you quit, that's why they brought this case on Thursday. Look at it there. Look at it. Well, not Thursday. When was it, please? That was the 21st March. Sorry. Not 21st. This is the news is on 21st March, yes. But it happened on Thursday last week, yes. The case came up in court last Thursday. So this is what that is to say. Bintanyako is not qualified to handle Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case. Because of the case of Nnamdi Kanu, they started the case of the husband afresh. Go to your Google. What is it called? Motalanyako and EFCC. Just Google it now. I want us to go there. Please Google Motalanyako and EFCC. Google it now. Let us go there. Upon there. I mentioned there. They will know. Motalanyako and EFCC. Okay, I can see now. Punch newspaper. The first one I'm seeing here. Thank you. Okay, what I'm seeing is this one. Let me go to I want to be bringing it here. Let me shift this one now. And come up with the other one. Okay. Okay, look at the criminal here. Look at the criminal husband of Bintanyako. Look at her. Look at him. Now, the judge, Okon, that is Okon Aba or what? That judge of Federal High Court Abuja was handling the case of this very man. And he's no longer there. So, because they started the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu fresh, or they want to start it afresh, the fresh trial, they now start the case of this man afresh. Are you understanding now? The case of this Adamawa criminal, former governor of Adamawa, this criminal, the husband to Fatima Binta Motalanyako, they started his case afresh, using it to threaten Binta Nyako. Do you understand? And what is the threat there? The threat there is not that they will judge the husband and the son. No. They told Binta Nyako that you will lose your job because you are involved in the matter. There is no way the husband and son will be involved in fraudulence, and the wife or the mother did not eat from this very fraudulent money. Don't joke with EFCC. They are aware. Very, very well aware. And that is the very serious problem of Binta Nyako. The issue is not that they will jail the husband. They told Binta Nyako, you lose your job. After all, you cannot marry a convict. If you are a civil servant and a convict marry you, you will resign before you get married to a convict. So, they are threatening Binta Nyako in different ways, federal government of Nigeria. Because if they jail the husband, Binta Nyako's job will be terminated. You can, Mike Ejara of Enugu State, Ezago, that is not something years now, was a convict in Enugu prison. And he married a wardress. He married a wardress, a warder woman. And the woman had to resign before an ex-convict will marry her. Do you understand? So let us continue. When we are saying, I know if they play the show, and they can make instance on the Thank you. Can you understand it? So let us continue. I am about Rose and Anya in the open. In the open. So let us bring the picture of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and Binta Nyako. Then bring the picture of the husband. The husband should be on the low level. Let us look for the picture of the husband. Very, very important. You know where we are going now. Okay. We are there now. Thank you. Are you getting it? You share it very wide. I am not saying tag. Tag in all international agencies. Tag in all government bodies of the world that you know. Tag in international and the local medias in this very program. We are presenting our reasons why Binta Nyako must quit the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why is it that a corrupt family will be handling a case of a saint and already discharged Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? That a woman, that the husband and wife is corrupt, facing criminal charges, ex-governor of Adamawa State, Motala Nyako, the husband to Binta Nyako, and the son, and Binta Nyako is involved. And yes, he said, we will remove your name from the charges if you will accept to jail Nnamdi Kanu. And that is why they started the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu fresh, and they started the case of the husband to Binta Nyako, that is Motala Nyako, afresh. It is a fresh treat to Binta Nyako. It is a fresh treat to Binta Nyako. They have threatened her 2022, sorry, it didn't work. They have brought a fresh treat and said, when your husband is jailed, your job is terminated because a civil servant cannot marry a convict. A civil servant cannot marry a convict. You must resign before you marry an ex-convict. So if the husband, Motala Nyako, is jailed, as the EFCC is threatening Binta Nyako, the job of Binta Nyako as a judge is automatically terminated. And again, they also threatened Bintanyako that you are involved in the matter because your husband and your son is involved in fraud, and you were the first lady of the state when your husband was serving Adamawa State. So as a first lady, you are involved in the fraud because the money came to your house. The money, the suspended money that was laundered came inside your house, and you benefited from this fraudulent money. And yes, it is said, we cannot charge your husband and son alone. You are involved unless you tell Nnamdi Kanu. That is the situation Bintanyako is. And if you are sensible, you ask yourself, why is it that Bintanyako was busy welcoming amended camp charges? And you ask yourself, was Bintanyako in the discussion to kidnap Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya? Through her attitude, let us go to her attitude. Bintanyako was aware that the house of Nnamdi Kanu was attacked and the 28 men was killed, including her dad, who had made them 29, and the jack that was in the compound, not outside the compound, because after the very massacre, we discovered 7 graveyards in the bushes and forests in Biafra land as a result of the python dance. Let us continue and analyze this very matter. Do you know that when Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya and brought back to Nigeria? Share this program very, very well. Don't be stingy. Share it very wide. Unless some people may not share because of their page, according to where they are working. Right? Where they are working, their family members and some other things. Though they are hardcore. But that their main page cannot be shared. Biafra things cannot be shared there. So you don't find them guilty like that. We have them and we know they are fully in support, but they cannot allow that because they know where they find themselves. So they will not, they know that how they are supporting Biafra and how they love it, but they cannot do that. So you must not, some of them cannot change profile picture. We knew them, but they cannot condemn those that are changing it. Right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let us continue. So, when Mazi Kanu was brought back from Kenya to Nigeria as he was kidnapped and extraordinarily renditioned into Nigeria without due proceedings, because if they follow due proceedings, it will be extradition. Right? But due to the illegality of the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu, it becomes a breach of international law. Extraordinary rendition because he was not possessing any Nigerian passport. So what actually brought him to Nigeria? It was under force. He was forced into Nigeria, not his mind. And he was not arrested through Kenyan government officially. So he was kidnapped and extraordinarily renditioned into Nigeria. So illegal arrest. So we continue, and that is to say, Nigeria have no legitimacy to try Nnamdi Kanu upon the terrorism they committed against him in Kenya. It was terrorism. Even in his house in Afaruku, they committed terrorism against him. So let us move. Nigeria that committed terrorism against Nnamdi Kanu cannot be charging him for terrorism. They will first of all clear their own crime. You will not be in the process to hold a criminal, you commit crime. You face your own crime, criminal charges. You face your own criminal charges. You will not go in the process of holding noise. You generate noise. You will face your own. Do you understand? Thank you. So now, as his case was presented to the court of Bintanyako, what did they present? Did they present the initial charges, which is the initial warrant that Nnamdi Kanu was granted bail on in 2017? Did you see it on the table of Bintanyako? If Bintanyako was not in the conspiracy of the kidnapping of Nnamdi Kanu, this is why I am hitting here, to show you more ground that Bintanyako is compromised. She has no legitimacy because of the corruption in her family to handle the case of Nnamdi Kanu. Bintanyako's family is highly corrupted and she's involved. And then they will understand. Right? So now, when they attacked the house of Nnamdi Kanu in 2017, what did they present to the world? They said he jumped bail. He escaped, he jumped bail, he ran away, he refused to come and sign his trial. Just follow me here. Don't shift. Don't allow distraction. Follow me up here. I know they are listening. You know, they have shared it to them. So they have their agents here. They copy and share to them. Very, very important. Don't underrate our analysis. They are there listening to you. So now, follow me now. Ask yourself, why is it that they told the world that Nnamdi Kanu jumped bail? That bail he jumped, where was it granted? It was granted in the court of Bintanyaku. Do you know that there was a warrant, detention warrant, which is always in the court, right? In your matter. If you are in a waiting trial, the warders will be using it to bring you to court. Detention warrant. It is in that warrant that your charges are. Now, why was it that Mazi was brought back to Nigeria in 2021 and that warrant was missing in the court of Bintanyaku? If the warrant was there, why was Bintanyaku busy welcoming amended count charges? At the starting of the case, 5 amended count charges, 7 amended count charges, 15 amended count charges. Why was it that Bintanyaku did not say, no, don't come with amended count charges for now? There are charges he was granted bail on. Treasonable felony. Why can't we proceed with it? Then, as the case proceeds, you can be coming with amended count charges. But Bintanyaku don't want to go to that warrant because the invasion of his house by the army will be remembered. So Bintanyaku automatically boycotted that warrant because the warrant immediately you presented in court, the lawyers of Nnamdi Kanu will tell the court that this man was attacked, that Nigeria was the people who is guilty of contempt of court. So Bintanyaku don't want to go there. Bintanyaku and federal government discuss it, and they boycotted the particular warrant that they told the world he jumped bail. He refused to come and stand the trial. Now ask yourself, if they are proud of that very charges in the warrant that they told the world, he's afraid, he cannot stand the trial, he ran away. Why was it that Bintanyaku or Nigerian government did not present that very warrant in the court of Bintanyaku in 2021? Why did they ended up coming up with amended charges that the date started from 2018 to 2021, while the House of Nnamdi was attacked in 2017? Now let me give you one example of the 15 amended charges, and I will read from the 3 of the 15, count 3 out of the 15 amended charges. Now, the same thing in all the charges, the same date, the same year in all the charges against Nnamdi Kanu in the 15 amended charges, which is no more or no longer existing. 7 was trashed in the Bintanyaku's court, 8 was trashed in the Court of Appeal. There is no more charges there. Then we continue. Let us read the talk and 3 of the 15 amended charges. It said that you, Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, from Faruku, Umuahia South, Umuahia North, local government of Abia State, from 2018 to 2021, professed to be a member, stroke leader of a proscribed indigenous people of Biafra. And then Nnamdi Kanu pleaded not guilty, right? When he was taking plea. Do you understand? I want you to pick the date, the year they mentioned. They said from 2018 to 2021, but the House of Nnamdi Kanu was attacked in 2017. He was granted bail in 2017. Now ask yourself, why do they come up with the charges from 2018? What is the charges that he jumped bail for? Was it a charge of 2018 or charges that was prepared against him from 2015, 2016, 2017? So now, why is it that he was kidnapped from Kenya and brought back to Nigeria in the Bintanyaku's court? Nigerian government refused to present the very warrant which the charges that they told the world he refused to come and stand the trial. Those charges are in that warrant. But they came up with amended charges, attack on INF facilities, attack on security information, NSAS protest. All was added against Nnamdi Kanu. And I asked Bintanyaku, was this the charges he ran away from, as Nigeria alleged? Was it charges bordering 2018, 2021, 2019, 2020? Why Nnamdi Kanu, you say he jumped bail in 2017? Now, which charges was he facing that you say he jumped bail? Why didn't we hear it in the court of Bintayoko in 2021, 2022, 2023? You all come up with amended count charges. Why is it that you lied to the world? Why didn't you come up with that warrant? And the charges of treasonable felony is in that warrant. Why did you boycott the warrant? You lied to the world that he jumped bail. That is to say, Bintayoko is in the conspiracy with the federal government to kidnap Nnamdi Kanu because he promised them to hide the warrant, which he granted Mazi Nnamdi Kanu bail on. Because in that warrant, there are charges in that warrant, which they cannot defeat Nnamdi Kanu on. And they failed by failing to present that warrant. That is to say, Nnamdi Kanu was standing illegal trial in the court of Bintayoko without a warrant, because the fresh warrant they brought from the court, any warrant they brought is illegal since 2021. That fresh warrant, because what you presented to the world is that he jumped bail. So where is that warrant you granted him bail on? Where is it? If you bring that warrant, why didn't you confirm the charges in that warrant? When was those charges struck out? So why did you run away from those charges? When was those charges struck out? Bintayoko tell us, you rushed to cut off the bail, to revoke the bail. Which bail was that? Now, which charges was that bail granted on? When you revoke the bail, where are those charges of treasonable felony? Where are those charges that Ademola discharged on the 17th of December 2015? Still you continue. Where are those charges that Honorable Justice Johnson discharged in 2016? Where are those charges that you, Bintayoko, granted bail? Where is it? It is in the warrant. And the warrant was where you signed the bail. It is at the back of the warrant that you signed the bail. The court pronouncement was signed at the back of that warrant. That warrant becomes valid, remains valid, hence the trial has not been over. So where is that warrant? Because I know what I'm saying. Where is that warrant? Now you see where we are holding you. Now you see our point. Showing that you are incompetent to handle Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's issue. Because your family, the whole member of your family, both you, is involved in fraud. Your husband's case has started afresh. Since how many years now? You were the first lady when he committed crime, fraud. 29, how much is that? Let us go there again. See the money Binta is eating. You eat fraudulent money. You have the mind to come and talk about Nnamdi Kanu. A criminal woman. You are eating, your husband is a crime committer. Then see your husband. You want to use him, this idiot, to replace the freedom of Nnamdi Kanu. Who told you to work? Let me bring the charges here. Let me bring it here. I met on the hill on Matana, and Yahu we IPOB when you try and see now. Try and see. Try and see. Are you getting it? 29 billion fraud. So okay. Please be sincere to yourself. Are you telling me that the husband of Bintayoko, Mosalanyako, and the son, is it Abdul Karim or what, is involved in such crime, and Bintayoko is not involved? Now use your sense now. Bintayoko is involved. That is the key of the matter. That is why she is handling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case. Bintayoko is truly involved. So they are just keeping her name pending. You know? So her job is under threat now. And she will lose in two ways. Her husband will be convicted. And her job terminated. Do you understand? She cannot be a judge now, a civil servant, and be marrying an ex-convict. No, now. When, it doesn't work now. A convict is different from an awaiting trial mate. Obasanjo was awaiting trial mate. Yar'Adua was an awaiting trial. No, none of them was convicted. Abacha just kept them there. In case your mind will take you to Obasanjo, he was not convicted. right? They just dump him in the detention. Just like Mazi Nnamdi, he's not convicted. So convict is different, but the same prison premises, but different prison cells, categories of jail, and some other things. Thank you. Thank you. I am Nnamdi. They thought there is a judge. Judge Bakwaku. I may charge here, you know. You know that no one Judge Bakwaku. To compare with our gift in our yara, which judge are you? Are you mad? We destroy you and destroy your agents. Mad people. Thank you. How can a criminal family be trying the case of an innocent Nnamdi Kanu? A criminal family. Are you doubting us? Let us come bold again. Okay, let me come up. I need to come up with a long distance. Okay, I read it. This one is from Vanguard. This one is somehow long. Oh yeah. The Economic and Financial Crime Commission, EFCC, on Thursday, rearranged a former governor of Adamawa State, Murtala Nyako, and his son, Abdulaziz, in the Federal High Court Abuja, over alleged 29 billion naira. 29 billion, 29 billion family of fraud. Billion, you tell me Bintanyako did not eat 1 billion from there. So you tell me Bintanyako is free. You are dreaming. Nigerian government is holding Bintanyako in a very high esteem. Look at the face of the criminal. You want to use and exchange the life of Nnamdi Kanu. The foolish. Somebody that is facing trial, and you want to compare him with the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Let me look for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's discharge and repeated, if I can see it here. I don't know. If I cannot see it, then I will use, let me bring his picture anyway. Right? I will come up with this one. Okay, so you want to use the picture of that criminal husband, your criminal husband, and they exchange Nnamdi Kanu. Look at the person, you are dreaming. Your husband is a criminal. His trial has started afresh. Did Nnamdi Kanu take any money? Government say you want to divide Nigeria. You are not qualified to try him. Your own is fraud. You stole public fund. Bintanyako as a judge is fully informed. If not for anything, Bintanyako at least from 29 billion, Bintanyako at least took 2 billion or 3 billion. How can your husband and son squander public money and you cannot chop at least one biscuit? He is a lie, Bintanyako. It's a very big lie. You are feeling involved. You want to say, look at a thief. Look at this thief. Look at this thief. Matalanyako. Look at that is old age thief. The husband of Bintanyako. Binta, we told you this war is beyond you. We will fight you both physical and spiritual. You see this battle, you must hands off. This is another stage we are. We are still going to open up more. You are completely incompetent and unqualified to handle Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case. This is a freedom fighting case. Case that is matter of self-determination. Nigeria has failed the world by handing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case over to a criminal family, a fraudulent Nyako's family. Just imagine, because of the crime this family committed. So Binta Nyako is now forced to jail Nnamdi Kanu. That's why she don't listen to anybody. She don't listen to a lawyer. She just read out scripts given to her. She does not even give her judgment based on the argument in her court. She will just give a judgment based on the written note from the government, trying to shed her fraudulent husband and son away from their crime, using Nnamdi Kanu's freedom to replace it. Now to jail Nnamdi Kanu and free the criminals is impossible. Binta Nyako, you will face your dance because you committed crime. You are involved in this fraud. EFCC must open up. You cannot use Nnamdi Kanu as a defense. You are involved. And also, if your husband is jailed, your work, your service is terminated because a civil servant cannot marry an ex-convict. Thank you. Do you understand? Thank you. So our people must understand that when the leadership push this very press release and they push us, also brought up more things, both writers and some other things, is for you to know where the war is now. Right? Know where the war is. Binta Nyako. The other people, we have finished their battle. We are still fighting. We have three government parallel groups. The autopilot, Umadaka, USA, and the siblings and their conspirational or master of or legal blackmailer. Is it? This man is a lawyer that facilitates blackmails. So siblings and their lawyer that legalize blackmail, right? Lawyer of blackmail. They are the third parallel. So we have defeated two. Other parallel, they are now in exile. We defeated Umadaka. They no longer exist. Some of them are mad now. Now another one is they remain them and the Binta Nyako. So this war comes the same time. We are fighting two fronts now. Though the other people are trying to congregate, but they are no longer there because the main key point of their job is to tell you they are in charge of IPOB and tell you they are in charge of ESN. Those jobs have gone. So they are now dancing outside the very agenda they were handed over to. You can never use the name of IPOB operate. At the end, they said no more ESN. They said no more IPOB. That is when we told you we have defeated them. We don't fight anybody than to say that you cannot operate with the name of IPOB or ESN. And again, we can never allow you to kill our people with the name of freedom fighting. Do you understand? So that is our problem with those criminals, and we have done that very battle. The whole Biafra land knows that they are criminal. They are no longer presentable. Do you understand? That's why you see them brought one of their members, tie his hand softly, and say, "Echira is our commander," because they say, okay, if nobody values us now, let us start tarnishing their own image. What can you do now to compare with what you did earlier? You use our name to commit crime. Have you used your name? So is it when you tie your member to say, I'm from Abreba, and Abreba people have come up and say, which part of Abreba do you come up? You are not from Abreba. Abreba does not answer Nnaji Ofo. Do you understand? Nnaji is from our Enugu, Nkano side, not the whole Enugu. Nkano answer Nnaji. Go to Nike, the Nkano, right? So we continue. Next one, Umadaka, they don't exist. They are with Umeri account. With all of them, that's their end. Next one is sibling. We have told the world, any politician that gives the money in the name of IPOB, you are wasting your time. We have separated them because government want to present them. Do you understand? That one is different. It remains Binta Nyako here. Binta Nyako, right? and she must hands off this case. If not, short, all your prayer, channel it on Peter Yeko. Nnamdi Kanu have defeated his enemies. Do you understand? So, no individual we hate, but we hate characters of individuals. That is against the success of our people, which is our freedom. So hence, we see you in that position or in that attitude. We will expose you in our own method. It doesn't matter who you are related with. So let us continue. So what is the foundation of Binta Nyako in handling Nnamdi Kanu's case? What is her qualification? She didn't qualify apart from the picture of her husband you are seeing there. Apart from the picture of her husband, okay, what is the qualification of Binta Nyako? What is her competency in this case? She is incompetent, but what is her take? What is just her ground in this matter? Why is she involved? Is she qualified? Is she supposed to be here? No, she is not supposed. But let us see why she is handling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case. Let us see. I want to see. Now look at the only thing that makes Binta Nyako to become a judge over Nnamdi Kanu's case. Look at what makes Binta Nyako a judge. 29 billion naira fraud. EFCC rearranges ex-Adamawa governor Nyako and his son. Thank you. Do you understand? So, this was in 21st March, yes. They started the case of this man afresh. As they continue, they are planning to start the trial of Nnamdi Kanu with Binta Nyako. They start the trial of her husband because Okon, that was in charge of this case, is no longer there. So, they have shifted this case to another federal high court in Abuja. And they told the husband to Binta Nyako that the case will start afresh. And they have told Binta Nyako, your husband will be jailed unless you jail Nnamdi Kanu. Are you now seeing why Binta Nyako is handling Nnamdi Kanu's case? As normal, is she qualified? A judge that is the husband of ex-governor who is facing fraudulent charges of 29 billion naira. Ask yourself, is that woman free from this money? No, she is involved. Now, do you see why she's handling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case? She's not handling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case because her husband and son is involved in fraudulent, 29 billion naira fraud, or in the hand of EFCC. No, she's worried. They tied her hands because she is involved in this fraud. Binta Nyako is involved in this fraud. So EFCC is threatening her that her name should be made open. The next court, they will make it open. If you refuse to play your wing, we will add your name in the charges. We will add your name. There are evidences there through the confessional statement of both the husband and the son. There are evidences that Binta Nyako is connected to this fraud. And it becomes a weapon in the hand of EFCC. If you don't do this thing of Nnamdi Kanu, then your name will be exposed. It's a very serious matter. And also, they told her that your husband will be jailed with the evidences in our hand. And your job terminated because you cannot marry a convict serving Nigeria. No, now civil servant does not marry ex-convict. You must resign. If an ex-convict want to marry you, you will resign. If you are marrying ex-convict and immediately the person is convicted, marrying somebody is convicted, because you answer his name now. Did you answer your father's name? You are answering his name, so that name have been convicted. Automatically you are a convict. Is it not 1 plus 1? Is it not 1 in the marriage? So that is automatically you are a convict. So you cannot be a civil servant. Now you know the law. We know it now. Now you know what is facing you. 2 ways. Thereby, you are incompetent in this matter. You are incompetent. The position of your family in fraud, in EFCC, your involvement because your son and the husband is involved, is a very serious matter that nobody should overlook. Before I thought this was on April, but it was on the 21st March 2024. This very matter came up in court. Fresh, case that have been in court for how many years? The case have started afresh, as a fresh treat to Bintanyako, to persuade her in order to be reading out the federal government script in every of Nnamdi Kanu's court sitting, because she is not on her own. She cannot handle matter on her own. She has been her hands have been tied up because of her involvement in this matter. Bintanyako, hands off this matter of Nnamdi Kanu. Hands off this case. Your husband, your son, your family is involved in fraud. You are also involved. Therefore, you are unqualified to handle a very important matter like that of Nnamdi Kanu. Yes, now she is not on her own. She's not on her own. That's why there is no other court they can take it to. There is no other judge. All the appeal court judges are not involved in fraud. Any of them that is involved in fraud will not join the judgment, will not approve that judgment. Any of the appeal court judge, okay, just like those Supreme Court judges that passed that judgment, they are involved now. They are involved in fraud. That is one of the weapons of the British. The British will make sure that you are involved in fraud. They taught it to Nigerian government. Hence, you are involved in any crime. You become their slave. Anytime you want to defend your people, they will ask you, do you want us to reveal it? Do you want us to say it now? If you're a traditional ruler, Smart and Fulani will send you 30 million, 50 million. You want to say, they will call you and say, no, it's because of your good job. You know, we know who is doing well. Within 3 months, they will send Fulani cows into your community. If you talk, they will send EFCC. EFCC will send you a text message and say, do you remember 30 million fraud? Do you remember 50 million fraud? And the traditional ruler will turn to a baby. Start doing like this. Okay, Fulani, you can come in. And the community will be shouting, we don't want Fulani. The traditional ruler will say, that is the way we do it. Because EFCC have forwarded the bank transaction to him. No, he didn't go to Fulani and demand for money. But they tied all of them. They know they lost money. They can shift 100 million to you. And you want to tie them? No. You are a good man now. You are a good man. You are traditional. If you are doing like others, if others like you, no problem. But they have trapped you. Small time they will send Fulani. They will kill one person in your community. If you talk, EFCC will just send you a message. They will forward that bank transaction to you and say, you know, fraud. You are involved in fraud. That's how they cage some people here, politicians. That is why there is no independent voice in all the Nigerian politicians. Everybody have fraud that EFCC will present before him. You will succumb. Hey, now Joseph Kala is talking. I love what he said. Now, Obasanjo just said that Peter Obi should take his position. Now, let us give him his mandate. Now, Buhari should give Peter Obi. Now, I give Peter Obi his mandate. Now, Obasanjo is talking. I told the people you are a fool. Does Obasanjo have an independent voice? a fraudster, a criminal? What can give him grant to defend you? He is involved in what you are facing. He is a contributor. He is a master planner of what you are facing. If you see him shouting, he wants to cover the voices of the masses. He wants to park you at the backyard. So you will be somewhere saying, Nabasanjo, let us see what he's saying. Nabasanjo is serious. Nabasanjo, he wants you to take this position. Had he not come out and said anything, don't you know you will give voice now because you see yourself as who you are fighting for yourself. But they will recruit one politician like Obasanjo they recruited. He started talking. Now I will see to the end of this election. I will see to the immediately he came up. I with the broadcast. I told Nigerian youth, this man is trying to cover the voice of millions. Overlook him. Keep voicing out. If you want to cover if you are 30 million shouting, his voice will take over 20 million. And the 10 will be compromised. If 10 write something, the other 20 will tell him, wait now, we are watching Obasanjo. Let us see what will happen. We are watching Obasanjo. This is a game we knew. Or Nigeria, is it Nigeria? We know Nigeria now. Will you tell us Nigeria? Thank you. You want to tell us Nigeria? Okay. Shall teacher want to teach me nonsense? Teacher want to teach me nonsense. What are you going to tell us about? I tell IPOB about Nigeria. So we don't study Nigeria before we started fighting them legally. So you think we just start? Okay, we are Feni Igbo Cultural Organization. And that's okay, you think that is people without plan? People that are corrupt. That's why Hanez Ndibu. Nobody can say, hey, governor, stop inviting the army. Remove army. Do you know the reason? The governor that invited the army, the sitting governor, is a member of Hanez. The ex-governor that was there killing people is a member of Hanez. Ex-senator is a member of Hanez. Ex-minister, a member of Hanez. And they have all been involved in killings or any kind of evil, different types of evil. So they have no legitimacy to confront a state governor and say, stop killing. Because that governor will also remind them their own killings. Now you see why you Kanu Haneze confront us and say, give us account of a bag in your state. Kanu Haneze confront the woman. Now, they launch under your, at least you are the head of governors, Southeast governor. So can you give us account of the bag? Haneze cannot do it. They are also, Udevuma is a financial member of Haneze. The financial member. Okay, Zip as a financial member. Who will probe each other? They are also executive members. So, what is the meaning of Haneze? Haneze that cannot confront. Did you not see the brother from the former governor, Okwesezumod, talking the other day? Do you understand? So there is no independent voice in Nigeria that can defend the people. Every voice you will hear is corrupt. If the person repeat that thing tomorrow, you know he's not corrupt. They will say it and succumb. You are the person. Hey, now do you know that this man will say, hey, look how you then say. Now, do you know what Olatunde said? Let him say it tomorrow. That thing he said, EFCC have forwarded a fraudulent message, fraudulent case to him. He will now succumb. He will not repeat it tomorrow. There is no independent voice, only IPOB. Only IPOB can say, repeat it tomorrow, repeat it next tomorrow, repeat it next tomorrow, repeat. Only Nnamdi Kanu can say, repeat it. Radio Biafra will say, repeat it. Are we under you? Around our back? Can you quench the fire? Tell me who will say and repeat. Show me a voice in Nigeria. Show me one voice that is not corrupt, that can be confidentially defend the people. Oh, that is a lie. Their voice will come up to deceive you. The EFCC will leave them. They will come up. Immediately you say another one. EFCC will send him message. And that voice will just die. That voice will just die. Thank you. So we'll continue to push. I have just come here. This message I have not finished, but I just come here to at least to present it. At least Binta will listen to it. I assure you now, there are people they pay. They are in our pages. Their duty is to copy your broadcast and send it to them. Their job is done. They will watch it. They will listen to it. But the one you do by the corner of the I don't listen to what they are saying because he don't even know who you are. They want you to shoot gun on your screen here, as if you are under armed struggle. But do you know that those people that declare armed struggle are dragging traffic with us on social media? Can you shoot gun on your phone? The answer is no. So what are people that declare armed struggle, that do enforcement, that they declare army? What are they doing here? This is the position of self-determination. It is where we do campaign. This is our duty post. You see also media. Don't come here and say, you are talking too much. Do I have gun? Do you know how many bullets one person will shoot out if they are shooting gun? So we that is talking, is it not gun? Is it not bullet going out? So how many do you want us to shoot at? No, stop talking. But the government is getting the heat. They are getting the heat now. But people that say they declare army, they have gun, they are here on social media. What are you doing there? Will you shoot? Will you throw bomb on phone? Will you throw bomb on your laptop? Mad people everywhere. If we pick up arm, what am I doing here? I want a bomb. And away with our phone. It is foolish. So we pick up now and wherever now where the man you were a fool. Yes, and another baby. Have you ever seen Nigerian army publish the activity of ESN? Have you ever seen Nigerian media publish the activities of ESN? But the activities of criminal, they will publish it and tag it IPOB. Now come to your teeth with your tongue. They can never publish the activities of ESN because it is legitimate. It is it is under international law. They can never, but they will publish the activities of the criminal they recruited and call it ESN. Ask yourself why. Ask yourself why. Why is it that Nigerian media have never published ESN as real ESN activity? It is legitimate. It is legal. Hey, they are said a nonsense actor. Publish the activity of ESN. Let the world know about it. Stop publishing activities of criminals you recruited. Publish the activities of ESN. But you don't want to promote them. Because if the government of Nigeria publish that ESN is fighting terrorists, the world will recognize them. It is not easy to confront terrorists. That is an instruction from Nigerian government to the media. Do not promote ESN. Always promote criminals. Tag them ESN. If Nigerian army, I challenge them, expose the work of ESN. Expose it. You see these Fulanis that are making video talking about ESN. They are Nigerian army. Very soon they will call them and say, stop talking. They don't want any complaint about the real activities of ESN. All they want to present to the world is criminality of the people they recruited. But they have been attempting to defeat ESN. It didn't work. They can never say it. Nigerian army can never. They have been hearing, they see the video of ESN confronting cows. Show me one day Nigerian media publish one of those videos where ESN is confronting cows. Show me any place where Nigerian media publish ESN confronting cows. They know that it is their right to do so. They can never, if any Nigerian media can publish ESN confronting cows, now you will understand. They can never make such mistake. They can never promote ESN. Rather, they will promote criminality and target ESN. Are you Are you understanding? There is no level of this battle that IPOB don't know. One day, if Nigerian government or Nigerian police say, we are working on the intelligence we had on Radio Biafra about the criminals in Osu, about the criminals in Ihiala. IPOB have published their name. IPOB have published the names of the criminal and they expose their location. We, the police intelligence, are using it. Can they say it? If they say it, they have promoted IPOB. The world, they don't want the world to see IPOB in that level. Do you understand? So they can never come up and say, we are working with IPOB intelligence. Nigerian army can never say, IPOB is calling the names of criminals. If they say it, then IPOB is doing a nice job. But they cannot publish it. People that call the name of criminals, how can you turn around and say they are criminals? But they expose names of criminals. But the main criminal will attack IPOB and say, why are you calling the names of our men? Hey, they are calling the name of our men, Radio Biafra. Why are you exposing the name of our men to Nigerian government? That is how to know a criminal. The same thing as Solomon said. But let us cut this let us cut the baby into two. Then I say, cut it. Do you understand? And the owner of the child said, no, leave it. Are you understanding? Are you understanding? People will carry gun, come and harass our people, kidnap them, kill them. They will say, hey, we are ESN. Why are you not supporting ESN? But the main work of ESN, you can never see the front page of newspaper and see ESN confronting cows. You can never see it on newspaper. If an international media carry it, Nigeria will bribe them. Nigeria have bribed them not to carry activities of ESN. That's why at times IPOB ESN commander will publish the video of ESN in action. We expect the media to carry it. Some people say, why are you publishing it? Allow the media. That thing you say, why are you publishing it? That's it in the open now. Are they terrorists? We want the media to carry it. Because they always carry video that is circulating on social media. Why is it that the video of ESN confronting Fulani cow will circulate on social media? It will never appear on Nigerian media. They can never legitimate ESN. But every day they will publish the activities of criminal. They will target ESN. They will never publish a news of ESN with a cow or about cow. It's impossible. Let them do it now and see where the world will keep ESN. You see the level, how the world will be regarding ESN. Let Nigeria try it. It's gonna happen. That's why those criminals, they were, hey, we are ESN, we are. Nigerian police and the army will publish it. Hey, ESN, I am Nnamdi. I was in my mother's burial, my father's burial. They came and arrested me. Oga published the video, the news of ESN confronting Fulani cow in the bush, even Fulani in the bush of forest. Oga publish it. Publish it to the world, let us see. And see what you done to yourself. Who told you that Nigeria is not wise? But if they catch somebody that is stealing your fowl, they'll say it's the ESN. If they see a criminal who kidnap a businessman, hey, Nigerian army have nabbed ESN. Let us see video. We want to see a single picture of ESN confronting cow. But when we publish it, yeah, why are you making it in open now? Say, okay, for I know so. You want to get my name. She knows of one name, I Kanu Pama. In my petition, they dry in the US. So you'll be writing petition and be presenting at least some criminals to US government. And IPOB ESN commander will not be at least be one time they will bring out the video of ESN activities. Is that not defense? Is it everything you'll be talking from your mouth? It's a defensive video. Kagenshi ni Mawurunda Hausa. Kagenshi. They play the show. Evidence at hand. Thank you. I challenge them now. Let them publish the activities of ESL. The real activity of ESL, they can never. They publish criminal activities. Hey, ESL, we have ESL. We visit ESL camp. Oga criminal camp, Oga. You can't talk about ESL without talking about Fulani cows. Any news about ESL without mentioning Fulani cows, Fulani herdsmen, one you are is a fake news. Any news about ESL activities must have Fulani cow in the sentence. Fulani herdsmen in the sentence. That is the complete sentence. You don't make sense. Hey, we capture them. You know, see you talk around our body. Are you foolish? Talking about ESL without talking about cow. You must talk about Fulani cow and Fulani herdsmen. You talk about ESL, you talk about car, starting of car. So you are a fool. Hey, we saw car in their camp. We saw healers. We saw women. We saw you are an idiot. You are a fool. One day you will publish the main news of ESN. By then it will be very late for you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. How much are you money? So on I want them under mistake. People that does not have guns. So you think we'll be making mistake? It is only Nigeria that have gun always make mistake. If they see peaceful protesters, they can't shoot them. They say, I can't shoot them. If now they can't come to court, they will send army and police to court. What are you doing there? Because you don't have sense. You have gun. British is managing your sense. How can British be managing your sense? They gave you gun and they are managing your sense. So we don't have gun. Don't you know we have sense? How can you don't have gun, you don't have sense? Are you not a fool? That's why idiot to ask, what is your weapon? Can you fight the Nigerian government? But you heard what DSS said. We spend 500 million in Nnamdi Kanu every case. Am I know? But your country is borrowing money from foreign, but they spend 500 million. In a case, now ask yourself, how much do they give to France, Italy, UK? How much do they give to ambassadors in Nigeria so that they will not talk about IPOB? Now, if we are in gun battle, don't you know that that money they are giving is the gun they are supposed to be shooting? And you see, what are you doing to Nigeria? But they are bribing country. Now they borrow money, they start using it to bribe country. It's a battle we gave it to them. They didn't plan for it. So they are not enjoying it. It's only a food. What are you doing today? They are just talking. Hey. But the DSS spent 500 million. Yeah, that's talking. Okay? Only one court, 500 million. You are just talking now. You are not taking action. How much do you think they spent in Kenya? How much have they spent in UN? How much have they spent in AU? How much have they spent in countries? But you're asking us, what are you achieving? What are you achieving? By the Jura. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. So, as we round up, let us analyze this very matter before we say goodbye for today. Binta Nyako's husband is involved in fraud when he was a governor. The son involved in the same case. Are you telling me that Binta Nyako is not involved? Who is in two positions? She is a wife and the mother. The husband is one. The son is one, but Binta Nyako took two positions. Wife and the mother of the son. Are you telling me that if she didn't receive from the husband, that she did not receive from the son 29 billion? So Binta Nyako did not touch even 1 billion, either from the son or from the husband. Are you telling me? Facebook, you came late. Are you telling me? No, it is not true. Now you see the point where they are threatening Binta. They threatening her not because of the husband or the son. They threatening her because she's involved in the matter. And also that the husband will be jailed. And when the husband is jailed, her services terminated because, her job terminated because she cannot marry an ex-convict and become and remain a civil servant. It doesn't happen. And again is that her name will be made open publicly in line with the husband, son, so that she will know that she will no longer be a judge. So they have held her tight. They held her tight. She's involved in different ways. So that's why they say, okay, let us see if you are serious. They now rewind the case of the husband and start the case afresh. They start the case of Nnamdi afresh. As they just set it. Hey, let us set it now and see. If you are trying Nnamdi, we'll be trying your husband. If you are trying Nnamdi, try your husband. Anything you play for Nnamdi case, we'll play the negativity. We'll play the if you play negative against our script, we'll play positive on your husband and your wife, and it will implicate you. Binta, you know you are implicated. These are threats from EFCC. She is fully implicated. She is involved in this fraud. So what is our stand? She lacks the competence to try Nnamdi Kanu. She cannot come out from such a dubious and fraudulent family and be trying an innocent man. Binta have no legitimacy to handle Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's case. The family is rotten. The family Nnamdi Kanu is not facing any criminal charge like fraud or laundering. Nnamdi Kanu is a freedom fighter. She lacks the legitimacy. She lacks the grant to handle Nnamdi Kanu's case. The family is rotten. The family of Binta is corrupt. The son, the husband, Binta herself is completely incompetent in this matter. Show me one contempt of court against DSS. She has been passing judgment pertaining the violation of the fundamental human rights of Nnamdi Kanu. DSS have been disobeying. Tell me one that Binta say, today we are holding you with contempt of court. Tell me, show me one. Binta, I may charge you here, matter. Thank you. Thank you. Akwai alago ani. That's an I very good here. That's an I very good. So before you know we are serious, is my go see AK. Before we are here, before I come back to Nigeria or Gube. Nigeria now. They don't want our children to go to school. People will be going to market, going to shop, learning. Women will be giving birth to children. I am the Anambra. Chief Ogawa here, why not go on? It is a good thing we do to our people. The plan of the enemy. We refuse to allow it to work. We refuse. We are the IPOB. We said no. That's why they recruited idiots. They started shouting, we have to war with the Nigerian army. Hey, the Liberation Army, we have to war. Am I here war? Army without barrack. Don't you know you must secure an area? Army in an area. Your army under Nigeria territory without a republic country. You can only have volunteer. You don't have an army. Army must be under a republic country. Mugu. Ujuku launch army under Biafra Republic. Are you understanding? So Biafran that was in Nigerian army, they joined Ujuku. You see how it happened? He started with 3,500 soldiers. But somebody is in Nigeria territory. He said, I launched the Biafra army. So don't you know that if we are at war now, that ESN, if foreigners want to come and help us and they want landing, a place to land, that ESN can provide it for them. That is why they run over, they take over the bushes and forests. That's why Nigerian government need the bushes and forests. But you that is jumping up here, where can you provide for a foreigner to land? If you cannot answer yourself that, I will now give you expo. Do you know that ESN have such, what, ask yourself, when did ESN when were they able to clear such spaces in the bushes where they were assembled the day they were launched? In all the Biafra states, both in Bayelsa, they have bushes where they assemble. Both in Ebonyi, they have where they saluted Nnamdi Kanu the day they were launched. Ask yourself, how do they created it? Are you telling me that such people cannot provide acres of land that is under their control in the territory of their control of ESN? Don't you know that ESN knows where they have captured? Are you not aware? You that is jumping up here, killing our people, claiming army, where have you captured? ESN have conquered different areas and still conquering, taking it away from Fulani. Fulani keep relocating. They keep conquering. It is taking over your place. You must take over the bushes. Now the war in the township is an open war. You can expose it to the world. But the things happening in the bush, Nigeria refuses to expose it to the world. Even as we try to do so, they refuse because they don't want the world to hear it. And we continue to push. But in the township, they can never deceive the world with our township by trying to instigate in our township and communities with criminals. We keep punching it. It will never work while we are doing our work. How can you declare army? Do you know what it means? If that army is connected to IPOB, Nigeria would have destroyed the whole East. But the army they declare have no ground. You must have a name of group that declare army. There is no name of the group. The people that declare government in Nigeria, they have no name of group. Anything people declare, they will ask you which group declare it. Autopilot is not a name, it is a declaration. Hey, Biafra struggle have entered autopilot. That is to say, somebody declare autopilot, not a name of organization. Wazike leads Maso. Nnamdi Kanu leads IPOB. What is the name of this organization that declare government in SI? What is the name of this organization that declare armed struggle? What is the name of this organization that declare no fly zone? What is the name of this organization that declare no election? What is the name of this organization that counted 150 days down? They have no name. Now you understand the game. Their duty is to commit, and the duty of Nigeria is to target on IPOB, because Nigeria can never present crimes of a group without their name. They are a sovereign state. If they do it, now they ridicule themselves. That is why IPOB can never deny any crime in the East without pointing at the committers. Now you know. Do you know the reason? IPOB have told the world that they are in charge of Biafra land. And they have an outfit security against terrorists. Now you understand that you can never say, I am not the one who did it, without presenting the people that did it. Are you getting the international battle? Are you getting it? This is something we understand. Now you know why IPOB started calling names of criminals. Are you understanding? Now you know why IPOB keep exposing those that are doing it, because you cannot be in charge of Biafra land and you will not know those that are committing crime. Are you understanding? Are you understanding? It's an international war. One name. And then you empty head area. Right? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you understand? So these are games they played. So if we are exposing these games to Nigerian government, it touches their heart. They say, oh, so this thing we play, these people know it. Hi, oh, what kind of people is this? That's why we keep exposing it to them, so that they will not relax and do another one. They will be dodging. You know, Nigeria used to dodge from us. They dodge you. After dodging, we'll expose it. They keep dodging. They keep dodging. They will be dodging the have accident. They will not shout out to something will hit them. They will not shout out for people not to hear. They will keep enduring because they are dying in silence one day. Because if they expose the pains caused by IPOB, their citizens will tell them, why are you fighting them now? I think you have defeated them. If you are not achieving anything, leave them. So Nigeria can never cry out. They keep hiding it from their citizens. Do you understand? If they tell their citizens what IPOB have achieved, their citizens will come against them. So they keep hiding. Thank you. Thank you. I know Nnamdi really. The criminal no kweba leg. Oyo shazraz from him also on our fence. From him our fence. Of athletes. From him our fence. Those that are agitating for Biafra and they are destroying property. They are miscreants. The same Onyoshi in 2016. Educated director, I am in charge. I lead. My name is ESL. I am spokesperson. I am a disciple. The same person 2019 that said Nnamdi Kanu should apologize to Ike Okremadu 2019. 2021, was the election time. Oh, Tunu shall repent. But you still remind Zeke what he did. You still remind the word of Fanagor what he did. You still remind Adolphus Mwabarake Nunamani. All of them what they did, P2P what they did. But the criminal, what he did in 2019, you say he's not fighting for Biafra. So you will not remember you are a mad idiot. You will fool. Hey, he did it now when he was not fighting for Biafra. So the woman, he killed you when he was not fighting for Biafra. So he's not fighting, he now loves Nnamdi. So you should forgive the woman. He's the foolish. Thank you. Child, no problem. You will listen to the progress, right? We are just at the end, but throwing some heart attack words to the enemy that mistakenly joined, trying to feel relaxed. You know, we cannot allow them to feel relaxed. As I'm talking about Intanya, they say, hey, now, thank God he did not mention my name, so you will not allow them to go home with joy. You still expose their crime. Do you understand? And so that's the end where we are touching now, you know. Some of those things they thought we didn't know. We just hit it for them. They say, hey. Some people don't even know what we do. Just like Ejimako, if he will tell himself the truth, he will tell you, his family members, what they are telling him. His friends, this is the work we do. Your people will call you, nah, this thing that, leave this case now. Nah, this thing, if you are holding this case, that means what these people are saying is true. You are collecting money. So we expose you before the people. Somebody will be waiting for us to come and shoot you. I will shoot you around our band. And you're the foolish. And you're about to be fable. About only baby. Do you know only use Radio Biafra even today? Did we sue him in court? The Radio Biafra still using it. Do we sue him to court? No. Biafra will handle him when Biafra comes. There are issues that Nnamdi will not handle, like people will not handle. Biafra Republic will handle it. These are activities of freedom fighting. Crimes men committed during this time that will be handled when Biafra is restored. Some of the matter will leave it. Some will say, look into this matter now. Look into the matter. Or have a government of Biafra. They will not handle it under constitution. Under constitution. Constitution, I am a court, I am a prison, I am anything. Hand your hand, no matter instruction, directive, order. Take instruction or directive or neg order. Say you move forward. Forget it. Because they are not judge. They don't have Biafra constitution. They are just using IPOB both code of conduct, chain of command to guide you till we reach. When we reach, Biafrans will take over. They will now bring out their constitution. They will handle matters. So don't expect that IPOB will handle your matter to your own like. No, now. They cannot condemn anybody. They will always be at the middle because we are freedom fighters. Don't expect them to jail an individual because you have this understanding with them, with him. No. They will always be at the middle. And you get angry because you want them to convict this one. No, it doesn't happen. Free your mind one day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I got school and I got no school, so they should not be panicking. Thank you. Thank you. So let us continue to push. Your campaign is that Bintanyako from a criminal family, the husband is facing charges, the son is facing charges. How can she be free from these charges? If she's not involved from the money the husband stole, she must be involved from the money the son stole. So in that charge or fraudulent charge or case of 29 billion, Binta is involved. That is the punishment she is facing. That's why she's in charge of case in Nnamdi Kanu. That's why they refuse to move it to any court. That's why she is always reading out the script, because her hands are tied. Not because of her husband, but because of her involvement in this fraud. Government is threatening her that they will publish her name alongside with the husband and son, and that terminates her job. She cannot be facing fraudulent trial, and she will be a judge. It is a threat to Binta Nyako. Binta is at the middle. What will be her best decision? Resign from this matter. Because IPOB will not give you a chance. You can't replace Nnamdi Kanu, the innocent Nnamdi Kanu, with the crimes of your husband and you and your son. Imagine such family to handle the case of Nnamdi Kanu. Aaron Abag, are you foolish? What kind of family is this? What kind of family is this? Just imagine. 29 billion naira fraud. EFCC rearrange ex-Adamawa governor. Tell me, who was the chief, the first lady? Who? And you tell me, Binta Nyako, Nela Rija, Binta, you face this matter. Because Nnamdi Kanu, you cannot defeat him. Binta Nyako, you are involved one day. Now we know. Because your husband and son is involved, and they are singular. Look at the husband, Murtala Nyako, the son, Abdulaziz, right? But you are two-faced. How? You are the husband and the mother. Do you see your own, Nabinta? Do you see where you are fully involved? This one is the husband only. And he's what is it called? First accused. The husband is the first accused. Now, the son is the second accused. And you are the mother of this son, this criminal son. You are the wife of this criminal husband. Are you telling me that you did not receive at least 2 billion, either from your husband or from your son? Can you deny it, Binta Nyako? This family is not qualified to even come closer to Nnamdi Kanu. What kind of family is this? If this kind of family in Igbo land they want, even IPOB will condemn that family. IPOB is the only people that say truth. They condemn Igbo man that is evil. They don't care. If Tinubu is an Igbo man, the Igbo man will tell Tinubu, go and get your certificate. The Yoruba man is defending him because he's their brother. Igbo doesn't do. Igbo people, they review the crime of P2P. Not even Nigerians. That's why God keep blessing them. They condemn the evil of their own. It doesn't matter. One idiot will say, nah, Igbo, cover your own now. Cover your own now. That is our grace. So that's why God is saving us. Cover your own. Don't you know that in our village, no village pamper crime. So because you are the Igbo man, you come and commit crime. You say, nah, cover him now. Cover him. Cover him. Even IPOB expel somebody. A member, we don't cover a member, a criminal member. You see us announce that. He said, nah, cover him now. And the DLS is calling the name of our men. Aron Abagi. Onyoshi. Cover Bugwegi. That is the grace we have. Don't cover them. Don't do it. I never expose. This place we came from, East, we don't condone even one. Go and join Yoruba and Hausa. They do Rankadede. The same criminal will come and tell them, go and burn down church, burn down Igbo shop. Criminal. Because they refuse to condemn his crime. So the government uplifted the criminal. He now be on top of them. Because they practice feudal system. You know, they will always promote criminals who have a bad mind to treat the citizens. Do you understand? So when you message for a criminal, government will promote the criminal and make him chief over you. So that's why we don't allow them here. Still, government will be forcing them on us. We keep condemning them. Even as a governor, we will come up, condemn you. In the north, they don't condemn governors. Only politicians have the right to condemn government. Citizens are always Arakadede. Not. He's a northern governor. He's a Dantak. He's a Muslim. Thank you very, very much.
The power behind information, media. The manipulative power. You know, gun kills persons. But with information, you can turn the whole world into zombies. With the media, you can clear a whole race. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. This is reality. You know, the events that are happening in this world and the way it is being reported is mind-boggling. It made me to understand that we have been completely duped. Imagine that there is no social media. Have you imagined the time there was nothing like social media? The time that we consume our only source of information was through the media. Have you thought about it? Through the Western media, whatever BBC fed us, now we swallow the junk. Have you forgotten? Every of our standard is. Did you hear it on CNN? But let me tell you. Now you can be seeing that CNN, BBC will be talking in one event. CNN, BBC, Fox News, all these I-24 will be speaking one thing. And the people on ground where the thing is happening is showing the video live. And when you compare what is happening with the people that are live, no edition, nothing. With what BBC and CNN is talking about the same news, you see that, look, there's a problem. There's, you know, BBC and all these Western media will be speaking just opposite of the reality on ground. Completely opposite. And there, it made me to pity ourselves. During the time that we were glued to only Western media, there was nothing like social media to correct anything. They had manipulations of the media. Nothing, you know. That was the reason why, for decades, they have deceived us in the education they brought, colonial education. I will talk about it in one of these days as a topic. You know, I've been dealing on the continuous colonial legacy, and I will touch about education as a topic. They have been feeding us with lies. We discovered River Niger, Mongo Park, and they write mark good, we pass. I could remember in primary school, it came out in different exams, even quiz. We discovered the source of River Niger, Mongo Park. We discovered the mouth of River Niger, the Landa brothers. I will not forget it. And I can't walk para the audience. Oh, you get it. Hey. Oh yeah. Later did we know that it is one of the colonial education manipulation. The continuous colonial legacy. Have you asked yourself, why is it that people, people that are inventors in our land, the one we are seeing, we are experiencing, I'm not talking about in America or anywhere, in our own land, people that build things, they say don't finish a secondary school. Some even don't finish primary school. Look at Innocent. Innocent was not a graduate. Maybe by now he has gone taken adult education after doing what he's doing. I don't know. But he was not a graduate. Many of them, Costialis, all of them. Even our little, our boys and girls with hot heads that are using American, that we are having the gift, the natural talent. I understand what I'm saying because I'm one of them. If not for Nigeria, you don't learn all these things in the Western education. You don't learn it. Oh, I'm going to lie in all those things. You see, even on the social media now, you see about the video of the guy in, I think, Zimbabwe, yes, that built a power producing plant. What the plant is using, according to the scientists, American scientists, they say it defied the law of physics. Because I can now understand that the curriculums in the Western education is to control, to make sure to streamline things to what they want to hear, what they want you to do. I don't know whether people understand what I'm doing. The American scientists visited the Zimbabwean boy, and the explanation the guy was giving him, he cannot understand it. He asked the guy, what is powering this plant? He said, no, it's just nature. That as we are now, that there is a current on the air. How do you get this thing? No, I just sleep, I wake up, my spirit will just tell me something, I'll be writing down, I'll be jotting down, before you know, I'll construct it. The American man said no. He's a scientist. He came to verify because he said, I have been seeing this type of HOAS on social media. So he flew from America town to Zimbabwe in order to verify. And lo and behold, it is completely correct. It is reality. The guy didn't finish his primary school self. So his explanation, the explanation of the boy on what he built that is giving communities light, and they can expand it to even giving the whole continent electricity free of charge. The man cannot understand it. Do you see our natural education? What we are missing? You can be just alone like this, something begging you, you got to it down. That is how our own. Before you know, I said the guy was watching, the guy was explaining all those things. It doesn't make any sense to the white scientists that all go make research, but this one marvels him. And this is how they have been studying the secrets of Egypt's Kemet Empire. That is the black civilization, which they call Egyptology today as a academic discipline. They have been studying and developing with the secrets of black invention. That is the secret. That is why they now call. I will come to that anyway. No need. No need. So for you to understand, can't you ask yourself, why all these people? You see people that read the PhD, this and hardly I say hardly. You see any of them inventing something. Either they are researching on things that have been built, or they are bent on administration. There you understand that the evil colonizers, they train our people, they train blackness. Their education is only to administer the system they put us in place. Nothing more, not to bring out new things. No. That's why you see a PhD holder will come and start telling you how it is being done, tell you everything, but bring out something you know way. Instead, he will administer, he will be in charge of forex markets, because that is their system. The Western system, which they want everybody to be going, so their education is accompanying us in order to train our people on the system the Europeans want us to be. They don't want us to have our own system. I don't know how many people are understanding. It's so deep. It's so deep. You know the situation we are in. Let me tell you. Imagine a fish. You know a fish in the river or in an ocean is in his natural domain. He can do anything. He is limitless in his domain because it's natural to the fish. Now, you as an agriculturist, you take all these fishes, you build their aquarium. You understand? You now go into the natural habitats of the fish. You catch many of them. You didn't kill them all. You understand? Now you transfer them from their natural habitat of rivers and the ocean and transfer them into your farm aquarium. There the fish are alive. They are feeding. They are running around. But they are under your control. Oh, Chineke, I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. Because people are understanding me. Please tell me, because sometimes all the memories is somehow. You see the fish inside the aquarium, the farmer's aquarium, eating very well, but he must be eating what the farmer provide. He must be going according to the farmer's, request or the farmer's way, the way he wants them to be, because he's breeding them for a purpose. They are no more in their natural habitat. No time. Sometimes if why are we like this? Can you tell me that in a place where in Biafra land we don't build aircraft where we have people that can manufacture aircraft, that can build aircraft, but no way we don't build. Oh, it is very sad. Do you know the reason? We have been removed from our natural habitat. We have been removed from our way of life and put into the colonizer's farm, so that though we are eating and drinking and doing our normal thing, but we are doing it according to the way of our evil colonialists. Let me put that. I don't call them colonial masters any longer, because they are not masters. They are evil. Are you hearing me? So when once the fish is in the aquarium, the farmer's aquarium, the farmer will be feeding it fat. They will be going there according. If the farmer wants, he come and test. Oh, they are not growing fat quick. He will add more protein to their feed, so that to make them grow fat. And the fish will think that he's feeding very well. He's in his natural habitat, but not natural to eat. inside the water, but not natural to eat, because there is a purpose. That is why we need to extricate ourselves, remove ourselves from this farm called Nigeria, British farm. Are you hearing what I'm saying? We need to remove ourselves, because we have been into this farm for so long. If we are in our natural habitat, we will encourage our agu. I don't know what you can call it in English. We will encourage. You will see a child that never goes to attends even any formal education, or build a robot, or build something highly sophisticated. You'll be asking, how does this boy know this? You don't know. This should have been our way of life. But do you see any government taking charge of it? No way, because we are in the British farm. The same way they remove a fish. The farmer remove the fish, go and catch his fish from their natural habitats of rivers and oceans, and now transfer them alive into their farm, in their aquarium, and be feeding them for his purpose. That is how we are. I could remember when our leader was on ground, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I could remember sometime, many people used to forget. You see Biafrans that built different things. Both that build different types of cars, different types of robots, different types, showcasing to our leader. These people, they are not intellectuals. They didn't attend Harvard University. Now you ask, how do they have this type of knowledge? For you to answer this question, it would be, you have to make it deeper. You have to think deeper. They have removed us from our natural habitat. Do you understand? Whereas the colonizers, they are enjoying their natural habitat, and that is why they are progressing. But we are streamlined to remain in the farmer's aquarium. So how can you progress? Anything they want, they do. Anything the farmer wants, they do. They continue forcing us. Britain continue forcing us to stay there. It is our diversity, is our strength. This and that. Look at, just let me give you an example. Do you remember when they arrested Rochas Okorocha, who is a former governor? Do you remember? When he was praying, they came from up through the ceiling. They break his bulletproof door. It cannot. Now they threw up. They scatter everywhere. The roof. And the Rochas were videoing. Because no Gawadi Kuba. Hey, Jesus, Mary, no Gawadi. Former governor. Lying down flat on the floor. It went viral. And he was taken. But look at Bello, the former governor of Kogi State. He is above the law. Don't you see? He is above the law. They cannot take him. They invited him for questioning sometime, I think in EFCC, whether this week or last week. And they say he escaped. Since that time, they put him wanted. They cannot catch him. Somebody made a video, I think whether it's a Northerner. I don't know whether it's an HAUSA, because every Northerner we call an HAUSA is live from the pit of hell. He made a video, he said, look, Nigeria is a joke. He gave an example on how Rochas was a former governor, arrested immediately. But when it comes to Yaya Bello, former governor of Kogi State, who is now, let me see, who is now wanted for is it 82 billion naira. Now they can no more see him. They put his photo wanted. That is the Nigeria we are in, British farm. We are George Orwell. All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Obiano's case is still going. They arrested him. But once it comes to a Northerner, Now, there are some are more equal than others. Our people are. Can we learn? Can we learn? The answer is no. Fleeing governor, fleeing Kogi ex-governor Yaya Bello, plotting to leave for North African country to reunite with his wife and investments. Do you see? Do you see the farm, the British farm we are in? We are not in our natural habitat in any way. Never. We are not in our natural habitat. We are in the British farm. And they deal with us as they want. And the sky, the ceiling remains our limit. Do you see it? That is the sad part of it. But the problem is that many of our people don't know. They don't recognize this. They don't know. They don't know. Which is very, very sad. According to our late leader, Odimegwu Ojukwu, he said something. Let me just play it a bit, whether it can come. Because we need to highlight. Because we continue talking. Don't forget that today we are on religious discussion, please. But we'll come to that. I want to play what our eternal leader, what he said. I want to play what he said, but I don't know whether it's coming. I don't know. But I will try to play it. I am telling you, I'll try to play it. So, what am I trying to say? The evil colonialists, they have removed us from our natural habitat all way round. You know, now they put us in their aquarium. I know they are now shaka shaka. How do you think that we can progress as a people? No, just tell me. How do you think? Any fish in the aquarium of the farmer is at the farmer's mercy. That is the reason why. You see how you know, let me, where do I put it? Police shot and killed a man from, I think, Abreba. Police shot and killed him just for nothing. Because he is a Nigerian. That is, we are in a British farm. So they don't care. They don't care. We are in a British farm. They don't care. Okay. Nigerian, okay. A trigger happy officer who shot dead businessman in Abia for refusing to give bribe. Nigerian police arrest. They say they have arrested the guy. We arrested. That is, unless he's a non-Fulani. If the policeman is a Fulani, forget it. Even if they arrest him, but it is what is happening every day. Just because he refused to give a 100 naira bribe. Now they just got gun and kill him. It's an Igbo man. So you are just like a farm animal. And the guy, they say his father, they are wealthy people. That's why I used to tell you, as an Igbo man, Nigeria is our graveyard. All. Bro, whether you are rich, you are poor. Your wealth can be destroyed in a twinkle of an eye. Even you will be begging for your life. Because you are in a British farm. You understand me? So, the only option we have is to support what we are doing. So that we remove ourselves from this British farm and go back to our roots. Go back to where we belong to. Our natural habitat, because it is not where we are is not natural to us. We are trying to adapt. We are trying to adapt ourselves into Nigeria. That is what our eternal leader, which I'm trying to bring up, said, but of no need. We try. Okay, listen. I think it has come. Let me see. Listen to our eternal living
We have
place.
found it difficult to live in that Nigeria. We have fought a civil war, killed so many people, and we have tried to live in Nigeria designed by Great Britain.
We have tried to live in Nigeria designed by Great Britain. Because Nigeria is designed by Great Britain. It's their farm. But it's difficult for us because it's not our natural habitat. That's why we are scattered all over the world, scavenging. A race that is sentenced into scavenging, hustling for your, for yourself, for your private goodness and your family. Now hustle for yourself, scavenging for yourself. That is that is the worst thing that can happen to a race. When I look at our people misbehaving on social media, this is the worst thing that can happen to a race. Do you see Obasanjo? These are their policies. Do you see Obasanjo? Obasanjo is more what the role he played in placing us in this way. He is worse than Gowon. Obasanjo you are looking at. These are people that constructed, no Victor, no Vanguard. Obasanjo idea separated us into piecemeals and encourage us. So first of all, say, oh, yeah, go and survive on yourself. That is why dog eat dog. No, don't think about your brother. No, just instead enter church and pray for your own goodness. That is why you can see, 10 people in a bus and 9 will have accident and 9 will die. One of them will just come out and start being happy, giving testimony that God loves him. This is the depth of the colonial legacy in us. They destroyed our natural habitat. They destroyed our natural cloak. C-L-O-A-K. Cloak. Because without our natural habitat, we are vulnerable. Before the advent of we are Igwebik. I said it the other day. If in our culture, if somebody behaves or commits any crime against his fellow neighbor, let me put it like that, in our Igbo culture, maybe slept with his brother's wife, for example, is a crime. It will not be seen only as a crime against that his brother. No. It will be called a crime against the land. Do you know what this means? Crime against the land, which means even if that his brother forgives him this and that, is not nobody's problem. He must suffer the consequence because he didn't sin only against the man. He committed crime against everybody, against the land, because the land connects everybody, and he must be purged for things to be normal. Do you understand it? And that is collectivity. So that when you do something, when you are planning to do something, you know that if you are discovered, if you commit that crime, you don't have issue with that person that you are victim. No, not only him you have issue. You have issue with the whole community and you cannot contend with it. So when you are trying to do it, you think twice. But today is no more because we are not in our natural habitat. We are in the evil colonizers' habitat, where they put us, where they want us to be. Remember, a fish. The fish is a king in the river. In the ocean, there's nothing you can do. He is free, doing all his natural stances, everything. But once a fisherman, a farmer catches that fish and puts it into his own pond, into his own aquarium, his own pond. That fish is living, breathing, eating, growing, but he's doing it on the farmer's purposes. Do you see the difference? That's why in our land, our local technology inventors, they are not promoted. How can you promote? You want to look at Gowon carried burnt all Biafra invention. war invention, that you should have made Nigeria today to even build, to start, to be part of building a vehicle and going to space. Because we're in a British farm. Are you hearing me? That is it. So let's listen to our eternal leader. Let's listen to him.
We have tried to live a Nigeria designed by Great Britain and handed to us. We have found it difficult to live in that Nigeria. We have fought a civil war, killed so many people.
That is the reality. So you see, Obiano as a governor, and immediately he tried to run away. They caught him immediately, and his case is still on. They use it as blackmail, all of them. They are all criminals, are supposed to be killed, yes. But I'm bringing it somewhere. Rochas Okrocha, he was humiliated openly on social media. He was now, his Nigeria failed him. Now he started crying for Jesus to help him. And they humiliated him. And they carried him to Abuja and humiliated him. He was a governor. They didn't say no, we didn't see him. Wanted Rochas Okorocha. No. Immediately they caught him. But look at governor of Kogi, ex-governor of Kogi State, Yaya Bello. They say he's plotting now to leave for North Africa, to reunite with his wife and investments. That's the worst part of it. I read there is another former northern governor that had investments in Arab, in Asia, different countries of Asia. He invested heavily, built factories, different factories. That is these people are evil. That's why look at, I'm watching the photo of Yaya Bello. Rufus monkey. That bad one. Okay, you are watching criminality personified. He said, okay, steal the money, loot the money, but invest it even in your place so that the people will invest it and build the factories. No way. They will carry it and go to Dubai. They will carry it and go to Malaysia, different Asian countries. They say one invested in Ukraine. And the Russia bomb have destroyed it. Do you see? Do you see the wickedness? Sometimes I pray, where is the nuclear bomb to be thrown into Nigeria? Because these are people that are not supposed to live. They are evil. And the worst part of it is that they use religion in order to mask themselves in the worst way possible. Who did this to on this UG? When you loot, you don't have in mind in order to bring any development to your place. Now you take money, loot money meant for the people. You go outside, you go abroad, far place, and build factories. You paying higher taxes. Does this thing make sense? I cannot even understand. Does it make sense at all? Whereas people from your country are being molested in that country, trying to travel there to work, looking for job. Does Nigerians need to exist in this planet Earth? Sometimes I ask it. Do they merit to exist? No. When Bill Gates look at everywhere and choose Nigeria in order to practice his eugenics, he didn't make mistake. Because when you look at the actions, their characters, they don't merit any space in this world. They are evil. Nigerians, they are evil. Yaya Bello, every Friday he will go pray. He prays 5 times a day as a Muslim. Don't he? He will be calling you unbeliever. Hey, Nyamini unbeliever. They will kill them. But look at them. Look at them. Hypocritical, They don't portray any type of conscience or love for their people. No. But they are the people that are coming. If Nigerians understand the magnanimity of what these people are committing, they will rise up and behead all of them before God and man. They will be suicidal. Do you see what Boko Haram is doing, this and that? That is child's play. They should be targeting all these politicians and their cronies. They should be. It doesn't matter. You kill you by yourself and kill them. It doesn't matter. Because these people are evil. They are killing Nigerians in wholesale destruction of lives. When you see them. That's why when you see they go to mosque, they will be given red carpet. They will be in the first seat praying. They go to church, they will come to the altar and the pastor will pray. All of them with that pastor, imam, you burn all of them. They are evil. All of them are evil. They are destroying lives of people. Millions of lives. If these people, if they loot, they convert the money to themselves, now use it to build factories in villages. Now, even if they own it, it is their factory, no problem. As long as people are working, receiving salaries, organized, it will not be much, because, just imagine. The money they loot, in their states, now they go to villages and invest it on their private enterprise as factories, build tomato making factories, farmlands, tire making factories, this and that factories, cloth factories, where people are employed. It doesn't matter, they call it is their own, but it doesn't matter because it will not be destroyed. People are working, providing job, but their primitive evil greed will make them carry that money, launder it abroad, and then, give job to white people. Give job to them. Any day they die. Although most of those factories became owned by their government, the government of Ukraine, the government of Asia, Malaysia, China, America, they will take it quietly. You don't know that most of the money that is moving out from Nigeria is in the billions of dollars, hundreds of billions of dollars every blessed year, going outside for investment, and the people are dying in Sahara Desert trying to reach Europe. Don't you see that these people, they don't merit to be alive? The mentality, what I'm saying is not only meant for the politicians. I used to say it, the people. In the Shoji, Africans have never risen to that advanced form of consciousness. For your information, advanced form of civilization, whereby they remove primitive wickedness. There is wickedness, yes. Everybody have it. But there is primitive wickedness. The difference is this. Like what Yaya Bello and other Nigerians are doing. They see their people suffering. No job. People they are shouting, insecurity. What is causing insecurity? It is because there is no job. People will come out from school to practice, to get job or to get money, to get loan to practice what they learned. No way. They have to survive. Do you know that in Japan, as a Japanese citizen, you are entitled, it's a right, it's your right. You are entitled to the minimum or minimum of $100,000. Do you know that? Ask any person living in Japan that knows. There are people that will live in a country for 100 years. They don't even know what is happening there. For your information, as a Japanese citizen, you have the right of $100,000. Now, if you take it as a loan, because not everybody will be employed. Look at organization of government. Oh, that is development. That is civilization. Once you are born as a Japanese, you have the right 100,000. If you want, collect that. You go and apply. They give you 100,000. If you want to eat it, but once you spend it, use it to do betting. No problem, but you cannot get again. That is the consequence. Because your own share has been given to you. You misuse it. If you are paying back, you can get more anytime you want to take. Because the government understand that, look, people that are moving out from school, people that even don't want to go to school again, they learn one thing or the other, or people with different kinds of ago, they want to do one thing or the other. They need a fund. Are you understanding me? They need to finance the capital to start it. Anything you want to do, buying and selling, you need the fund, you need the capital to start it. So, they made it as a citizen. You have the right to $100,000 at least. If you want, take it to, no, you are not accountable to it. But if you pay back, now you can get more. Anytime you want, you take. It's your money. No interest. Zero interest. Now tell me, what is the kingdom of God as you are talking? What are you looking again as a kingdom of God? Tell me, okay? What do you think is heaven again? You will see people with hot brain. People that can do things. They come out from school. They want to even start up something. No way, no fund. That's why women, they start, our women, our ladies, they enter hookup in order to raise money. Some of them try to, they have something to do, but there is no capital to start it. So they say, once you enter small, no more. You get that, you call it easy money. No more, you continue. You forget about what you say now. Why should I start going to sew as a seamstress? Where one man can carry me and give me 200k in a night. What is it? Now, he will forget what he learned and relegate it. He say, how many months will I work to get this thing? Do you see how we are in an artificial British farm? That they are turning us into something else. And don't you see that we should double or quadruple our effort in what we are doing? Otherwise, we are a race that is meant for destruction. Britain wants to destroy our Igbo race, great Igbo race. In the Nigeria farm. In their Nigeria farm. Because Nigeria is a farm. It's an experiment. That's why Bill Gates have the audacity to come there to pay for everybody's organ. To buy it, kill everybody. They don't, because you are in their aquarium, you are in their farm. Anything the farmer wants, you do with your life. But it pains me a lot that people don't understand this. I'm telling you honestly. It's very, very sad indeed. So, look at the hypocrisy. Now they don't know the whereabouts of Kogi State Governor Yaya Bello. They don't know. But when it comes to Igbo governors, they catch him immediately. Look at how they humiliated the Emefiele. Among the whole people in Buhari's union or cabinet, it's only Emefiele they targeted. Do you see that? They humiliated him. Whereas there are people that are giving orders to do something. That's why, as an Igbo man, Nigeria is your grave. For your information, Hapokwao is truth. We must continue. There is another news headline I want to read. Now, there is this news of today. I'm going to continue on the continuous colonial legacy in Africa. Religion. That is what we are living on. Religion. Belief. They brought us belief over knowledge. And belief now supersedes knowledge in our land. Whereas they are waxing stronger, evil colonizers are waxing stronger in their countries with knowledge. They infected us the virus of belief. It's an evil virus. And we continue battling with it. We continue living with it. That is what I'm going to talk about today. But before I go there is something I want to read. There's something I want to read. There is this news on the 13th of March 2024. Because you want to pass without being noticed. But, IPOB has eager eyes, please. Tinubu's we are seeing 17 federal commissioners of Population Commission. I will talk about this maybe Monday, much more. I will talk about it. Maybe I'll come with my comrade that I used to broadcast with from a gun tribe. I'll come with him on Monday. I'll talk about it more. But let me just give a preamble. Tinubu swears in 17 federal commissioners of population. That is the news of 13th March 2024. Is a month plus news now. Do you know why we are talking about it? They want to do this census without our, beaming our searchlight on it. Last time I think it was Buhari's administration that wanted to do it, but when we started campaigning, they withdrew. They said, nah. Let me tell you, please, Biafrans that are hearing my voice, call your brothers and sisters that are outside Biafra land. Don't ever engage in we have been fools for so many years. Fools. We have been idiots for so many years. This is the time of knowledge. The era of knowledge. Do not get any time that Nigeria is having their so-called census. Do not ever be counted if you are outside the Biafra land. Make sure that you go with your family to Biafra territory to be counted. Are you hearing me? Because they know how to do it. I'll read for you what they posted. This is since last year, but Ariwa Forum shared it. Ariwa. It was posted by Rumu Udomaya Community Development Council. Rumu Udomaya Civic Center. I know it's Ikwere, is our brothers, Ikwere. Now, but the thing was shared by Ariwa Group on social media. Let me read for you, please. Because sometimes we become so idiotic. Ndibo. We become so idiotic. We don't know how politics work. We don't know. We are very bad in politics, on political reasoning. That's why we live by the day, only struggling to survive and live. Now, once you are able to buy one tokumbo, no. Our detractors are laughing at us. They have mesmerized us with, as a people that never know anything about politics. People that live in equatorial forests. It's the way they are seeing us, the caliphate. I am telling you. When you don't understand things, how things work politically, you make mistakes that follow us, that traumatize our race for generations upon generations. Now, what these people wrote is this. 5 things every Ikwere person at home and outside must do during the forthcoming national census. Listen, me, I'm reading it even from Ariwa Republic page. they reposted it. And they are talking to our people of Ikwere clan. Ikwere is a clan, not an ethnic group. It's not a tribe. Ikwere is Igbo. The same way Ngwa is Igbo. The same way Olo is a clan in Igbo land. The same way Nsoka is a clan in Igbo land. The same way Abriba is a clan in Igbo land. Because we speak different dialects, it doesn't mean that we are different people. How many times do we say this? How many times do we repeat this? How do you think are warfare people? Now look, I say 5 things every Ikwere person at home and outside must do during the forthcoming national census. Listen, when asked the language you speak in the form, feel Ikwere. Is Ariwa telling Ikwere ndi Ikwere? Oh, Chineke. Ndi Igbo ndona. Even they took us as very big, huge idiots. I'm telling you that Ariwa should be telling you this division, divide and conquer, is practically what they love it. That is what they engage. Even if you ask, you can't speak Ikwere language, make Ikwere solely your first language. This way you will increase the number of Ikwere language speakers and make it an important language. Do you see? What is Ikwere language? Tell me. The other time, I think they asked somebody, I think our brother that is doing good job. You ask Ikwere, man, are you some idiots anyway? Are you Igbo? Say no. Then what are you? I'm Ikwere. Okay, what do you call hand in Ikwere? He say aka. What do you call leg? Oko. What do you call woman? Wanyi. What do you call man? No, tell me Ikwere language. Don't speak any other language. He said no, I'm speaking Ikwere. Now, do you have market days? How many market days Ikwere have? He said 4 market days. Name them. Afo, Nko, Eke, Orie. He said, no, are you speaking another language? Are you speaking Ikwere? He said, no, this is Ikwere I'm speaking. Now, what is your language, Ikwere? Hey, you are watching stupidity, and stupidity is watching you. I don't know if my voice is cutting and coming. I don't know. Please, you let me know, because sometimes I see it in the indicator. Whether it's from my, please indicate for me whether, so that I will take precaution. Now, you will ask the person from Ikwere, do you have a market days? He say yes. What is how many market days? He say 4. Name them. Afo, Nko, Eke, Ori. Say no, speak Ikwere or don't speak any other. I'm speaking Ikwere. Oh, Ikwere is Afo, yes. Ikwere is Nko, yes. Ikwere is Eke, yes. Ikwere is Ori, yes. Then what is the difference between Ikwere and Igbo? No, that is where, once he asked them that question, they started opening hand. No, my papa tell me, I'm not Igbo, but I'm Ikwere. And you are watching a grown-up person talking like an idiot. I don't even want to use F word, I'm on air, please. Okay, thank you, Mazi. Say my voice is coming out clear. Thank you. So, and you see, what are you speaking? From but you are speaking Ikwere. You say no, speak Ikwere or don't speak any other language. You say I'm speaking my Ikwere now. Now what is Igbo now? Because it's the same Igbo. He said no, my papa tell me, say, after creating River State, we become Rivers man. And you are looking at an idiot. And you say, who did it to us? There is a level of things, there is a level something should go. Are you hearing me? There should be a limitation to something. Sometimes, even if your father, your mother told you stories, but when you grow, you have common sense. Common sense will start telling you, but look, what I'm speaking is this language. I'm hearing with a man what he's speaking. We are talking about person. Somebody from Enugu. No, we're speaking the same thing. Only Allah, I'm hearing him. We are talking and communicating. But they say I'm not Igbo. I cannot understand. You cannot ask your father or your mother, do we have any other language apart from what we have? No. We have, but they say, you leave it like that. That is the same way religion blocks our knowledge, our brain. You know, I used to say it. Religion blocks our brain right from a tender age. You know, as a curious child, that you are growing, you start knowing something at the age of 5, 6 years. You know, they ask too much questions. That is when they start being curious about their surroundings. You will ask a child will ask his religious mother, "Mommy, why is it that the sun is shining and after it will go dark? What is it?" The mother will say, no, don't ask. It's God that created it like that now. Don't you know that? This kind of things is God. It's the way God made it. So do not ask God the question, okay? You are questioning this, you are questioning God. So you want God to beat you? Say, hey, no, Mommy, I don't want God. God is that huge person in heaven. You see up. You see, he said, okay, you have shut down that child's knowledge or curiosity to understand more. He will carry it outside. If he's talking with his fellow children, they ask the same question. Say, why is the sun not shining shining during the daytime and in the night no more sun? He will say, no, I asked my mother. It's the way God talking to. Don't talk again. Before you want God to kill us. And the children will grow like that. I say the colonizers put us in a very miserable way, in a situation that is piteous. That is why we are suffering. Are you hearing me? We don't pity ourselves here. I need to. But do you know that an enlightened family, if their child that is growing, if he asks them, he will tell them, this is how nature is, but there is a cost to it. This world is rotating like a ball. It's rotating. Now the sun is here, static. If he rotates like this, he will try to explain to the child. Now, that explanation will bring more questions to the child's brain. He will even become more interested in knowing more. The more he grows, the more he becomes fascinated. Before you know, he will start making researches. So what this my father told me, now it confuses me, but let me see. How? Before you know, you have created a scientist, a natural scientist, right from the family, because of simple questions. But you don't know. But a religious will say, no, don't talk. God created it like that. And your brain, that frontal lobe is shut permanently. So everything is God. You wake up to pray. You wake up to go anywhere. You pray. Let us pray. It is what we teach. It is what we experience. I experience it sometimes. I want, time to reverse. And see if I have power to reverse back time. They killed us with religion. You want to go outside early in the morning, everybody will gather. You pray. So everything is God that do it. Go and come safely is God. You are eating, you pray so that is God that will do it. So we now train our children to put the responsibility that should be human being onto an unseen spirit. Why are we doing this to ourselves? Why is it so? That is the starting point of our problems. Are you hearing me? That is the starting point of our failure as a race. We carry every responsibility to God. Right from childhood, we train our children like that. Oh, let us pray. Everything, let us pray. Any slightest thing, let us pray. Hey, let us pray. You are praying to who, for goodness sake? You are praying to who? Why, if you pray, why wouldn't the child will now see the solution to every problem is God? So you have shut down the medulla oblongata frontal lobe of that child. Destroyed. I now can see that why shouldn't we? Why should we talk about religion? It will bring divisions. So, which kind of divisions are we not? For goodness sake, when we have destroyed our families, we have destroyed our future generations with belief. Let us pray. You want to eat? Let us pray. You want to go out inside car? Let us pray. It is God that is in control of everything. Therefore, government is relegated at the background. That no person cares about government. And you are telling me that is the best way. You are telling me that is the best way to train a child, isn't it? It's God that make you want to pass exam, you pray. You want to do this, drink water, you pray. You want electricity to be given to us. Let NEPA bring light. Let us pray. And the child is learning. That is how we grew up. And that is why we are entangled into a very mysterious mess that is very difficult for us to come out. What we are doing is very deep. Before God and man, what we are doing, it is very deep. Removing stupidity that has been ingrained right from childhood, we suck it in the breast. It's not easy. It's not easy, eh? I know. Some even of my family members would very much because of I don't care. And now talking like this, why? Because but the bottom line is when they reason, they say, but what do we do? How do we change it? We need to unlearn and relearn. We have learned nonsense. The colonial legacy still remains. We suck it from the breast. We sleep it. We go toilet on it. We in short, we are swimming in the aquarium, in the farmland of the colonial legacy. Are you hearing me? Now, let me continue about the census. Now, they are advising the Kwere people on the oncoming census, which they want to conduct just quickly as you know what they used to do in the north. They used to count them. Do you remember I used to say this? I think I have all those to find it. I stored all those programs. Any program I make, I store it in a hard disk. Right from the first day I started broadcasting. It will be in my archive. The first time before 2015, before Buhari took over power, when you go to Wikipedia, encyclopedia in Google, you type population of Fulani, they will tell you less than 1.5% of Nigeria population. Buhari took over power, and about 2018, after 3-4 years, type in 5, it becomes 5% of Nigeria population. Now, I will check. I never check now. Maybe going to 6%, maybe, because they are updating. The issue is this: our people, Ndibo, that call themselves intellectual, that should be doing something. People that should be caring for our collective interest in every way. They don't care about all these updates. The more they upgrade, they propagate the false population, Fulani population, they decrease Igbo. That's why here they are telling Ikure, I say Ariwa group. They are telling Ikure people, is your language or is Ikure? He say, even if you speak Ikure language, make sure even if you can't speak Ikure language, I'm sorry, make sure solely make Ikure solely your first language. This way you will increase the number of Ikure language speakers and make it an important language. At the first sight, the so-called Ikure people that are foolish enough will be seeing it as good advice. They don't know that they are divide and rule. They are cutting Igbos into piecemeal. one of the worst heinous crimes of Ohaneze Ndigbo is what? Is allowing the caliphate, allowing Nigerian government to divide the Igbo people, Igbo communities, and put some in the north, put some in now. Anytime you talk about Igbo, they say 5 eastern states only, 5 eastern states. Anambra, Imo, Ebonyi, Enugu, you count only 5 states, nothing more. The more they divide us into piecemeals because they want to make us insignificant in Nigeria. Before you know it, they will put the population of Fulani more than Igbo. And they will say now the 3 major tribes in Nigeria is the Fulani, Hausa, Yoruba, finish. Igbos will be relegated. Who cares? Do they care? The answer is none. Nobody cares because it is a collective interest. So nobody cares. What Igbo men want is what they care for is their private stomach, their family. Now waiting. One go suffer for a beg. Waiting. It don't concern me. But tomorrow it will concern you and your generation. You don't know. Oh, ye foolish people. It will concern you. Even updates on encyclopedia in Google in order to propagate more on Igbo. Nobody, all this, no, they don't care. What matters to them is like chairman that to be called as a BBC, this and that. Use it to do something, go into and be firing. As the Fulani are paying, they are firing up, increasing their number only on papers. Now they are number 2. They say 5 things equal person at home or outside must do during the forthcoming national census. Number 2, he say for those who do not understand English, help them to state or feel equal solely. Now you ask, why is this thing so important to Ariwa that they share it? Why is it important to them? Why? Why is it important to Ariwa to give advice to our Igbo that they should feel equal? Don't feel Igbo language, you feel equal, so that you people will be significant. Once you start asking this question, but this Ariwa that is telling me this, why is it important to them? Now they say also promoting someone else's language ultimately relegates yours. What is somebody else's language? Igbo they are speaking. They speak. I understand the Kwere man more than the Kwere person, more than if Ansoka person, even some part of Abreba. If they start speaking their dialect, Igbo dialect, I will not understand nothing. But the Kwere person, let them speak. I have been listening to. I saw one Ikwere one time. One Ikwere. Where are you calling from Ikwere? I started speaking Igbo. I said, I want you to be speaking Ikwere. Thinking that he will be speaking another language. He started speaking Igbo for me, direct. I said, no. Speak that you are interior Ikwere. He says what he's speaking to me now. I said, then why are you people exempting yourself that you are not Igbo? What is happening? Is this not stupidity? He started laughing. He don't know what to talk. My papa say, that's where they raise us up. And you start asking, what is this? Why does Ariwa group now take it as a duty in order to educate Ikweres? No, so they love you. We are. If not for IPOB, we are gone. No? Before God and man. He said, if they ask you, number 3, if they ask you for your tribe, ethnic group, say Ikwere. Do you see Nnamdi, the way they come and bring problem in a family? That is what Ariwa group, or what is they advising them? So to raise rebellions among brothers, so that we'll be fighting each other. No, I'm not Igbo. That's what they did after the war. No, knowledge of politics is very good. You know, I used to clap for the Fulani. I admire them. They have their political juggernauts. Whether, somebody will always used to say that I'm promoting them. No. We say it as it is, reality. I'm not promoting them. You don't underestimate your enemies. We have been underestimating them to our peril. We are dying slowly. Telling ourselves that hey, they don't know anything. You don't know that they are masters in politics. That we are the foolish Bakomi people until we start understanding ourselves. And that thing, when you, like somebody told me, you say, if you do servitude, Eba boy in Onisha, when he was doing, the first day he went to market with his Oga, the first admonition, the first education his Oga gave to him is this: if you are in this shop, any person that comes here, he want to buy this, he want to buy that, he's asking question. Is as long as he come here and start interacting with you, put it in your head that this person is a criminal, is a thief, just so that your eye will be open. That is the thing. But when you mean, that is what we should have been. That is why I'm telling you, I admire these people. It's not I'm praising them. The same admonition that people receives in why doing boy in Onisha. Because if you underrate the person, he will surprise you. That is what we did. Nandi ama anything. Nandi aga obukwe in haina mehane legin hana watching. Because you can sell them something whatever change. You think an Hausa man will get a contract from the federal government, contract of 10 billion naira to supply something. In that 10 billion naira, I'm just giving you example. 10 billion naira contract, either for building of one thing or the other, or to supply something. Now, he will subcontract it, call a Yoruba person, that is his friend, subcontract it to him, because he don't know anything about it. He will subcontract it to the Yoruba man. And the Yoruba man will charge 2 billion naira. I'm just giving you an example. Now, that 2 billion, the Hausa man, or the Fulani man, the 8 billion is taken. He has, that one is not doing anything. He has pocketed it. Listen, that's how Nigeria is. He will subcontract it to a Yoruba man. The Yoruba man will charge 2 billion, say he know this, he is a master in it. Okay. Hausa man will say, yeah, wow, okay. No problem. Now do it. You can do it well, yes. Yoruba man now we go and look for the real slave, Igbo man, to do the work. The person that will die inside, that we know how to do the work 100%. He will go and subcontract it, start talking about with the Igbo man. The Igbo man will tell him 200 million naira. Yoruba will say, Omo Igbo, you love money too much. What it be 200 naira, 200 million. 200 million too much now. Okay, waiting be my share. He said, okay, Oga, this the work. I go do them very well. You will see. This and that. You will give me, for you, take 50 million. Now, I will give you, I will do it 150 million. Your Roma will say, okay, no problem. You give it to me, but we write 200 million. He say, okay. You don't know that Yoruba person have taken 1.5 billion. Free of charge. Igbo man who uses. That's the situation we are in Nigeria. Igbo man now we go and that is try to satisfy. He will do the job, supply everything, even work overtime. Call people after paying the people, doing the job correctly. Maybe his own gain there will be, for example, 50 million naira. With that 50 million naira, he will come out on or maybe his friend. He will also 1 million naira. Even the Yoruba man will be laughing at him. But he will be answering him, sa. He don't know that Yoruba man have 1.5 billion and 50 million free of charge. Hausa man that is their chief, that they didn't know, have collected 8 billion for doing nothing. Igbo man, the lower, the pyramid, the way it goes, now Igbo man will be at the lowest end. But he will boast more. Before you know, after 50 million, he will use 15 or 20 million, go buy car, one nice to Kumbo. Hey, oh, whereas the people that are there, they don't even make noise. They took 1,000 times what you have done and they didn't do nothing. That is how Nigeria is programmed. Now, let me go on to number 4. What the Ariwa Republic is telling is sharing what they posted about Ikwere. 5 things Ikwere at home and outside must do during the forthcoming national census. Number 4. He said, even if you live in any other city in Nigeria or know how to speak any other language outside your native tongue, don't mention or fill it in your forms. Just leave it at Ikwere. Now, the question you should ask yourself, ask the Ariwama, Olga, so why do you love us so much, right? What is your intention of telling us this? What is your intention of advising me to be my own? Now, he said, okay. Number 5. If they ask you for another address, give your address as Eba, Omagwa, Isiopu, Uzuoba, Chioba, Mboaba, Urumu Okalibo, Urumu Kiwu, this and that. Make sure it is your village. Give your family house address in your village, even if you have never been there. Don't give them your address elsewhere in Lagos, UK, Texas, Kanu, this and that. If you don't know the right address in your village, just state your village name. For example, behind the Akpo Ancestral Hall, Jizuba Town, Obio, Akpo, Obiakpo, LGA. He said, please do it for us. For Ikwere. Census is very important. Don't fail Euro her nation. That is how they created Willings Minority Commission. Our people are not knowledgeable when it comes to politics. I continue saying it. You know, I was saying, now, after the war, our people had the properties everywhere in Nigeria. Before the war, now when they killed them, they run back. After the war, they went back to the north. They gave them their properties, their house property, their landed properties in the north. Cool. Even in some part of the west, they gave it to them. Do you know what they do? Do you know what they did? The caliphate went behind and engineered our brother, our king, our own blood, Ikwere. Tell them, we wanna take their properties. Remove yourself from Igbo. You people are not Igbo. Kill their property, take them. They can't do nothing. We will support you from behind. No problem. We will support you. Okay? If these people are knowledgeable, they will say, no, we cannot do it to our own blood. No. They suffer for it. No problem. Oh, and they don't ask them, but you that is telling us, why didn't you seize their own properties in your land? Do you know what they did? They knock our heads together so that we'll be, this complex will make them remove themselves, say we are no more Igbo. Are you hearing me? So that we'll be fighting forever, but we have known all these things are bygone. We have known all these things. Are you hearing me? Whereas they stay outside as a peacemaker. And they will come and say, you see, not be our brothers. We give you your properties in the north. You that is calling us names. You see how good we are. But is it not your brothers that seize your property? But it's them that engineer them. But these our brothers are foolish by accepting it. That is the reality. Is it not the same thing I used to talk about like somebody like Hope Uzodinma? That they imposed in Imo State. The caliphate told him, can you do what we want you to do? He said, I can do. His greed blinded him. Now they impose him on us, on Imo. If it is, the blame clearly lies on him. Because normally, he's supposed to do what Jonathan did, good luck Jonathan did, in our Sorok, and say, no. The blood of my people, my political ambition does not merit the blood of my people. So, because I know that if you impose me there, I can be there, but blood will flow. So I don't want. There they will see him as reasonable. You understand? But he foolishly accepted. Do you see the problem? He foolishly accepted, knowing fully well that it will bring a problem. He accepted. But if it is in Asorok, for example, he himself is a fourth or third position, he can't do nothing. Look at good luck Jonathan. In 2015, what happened? Before even result, I said, no, my political ambition did not merit the blood of Nigerians, so I surrender. But just tell me, if he is a governorship candidate, an incumbent governor in Bayelsa, that his brother say he will, he say all of us will die here. Everybody, that is, the primitivity in our people, because we are only powerful against ourselves. When it comes to foreigner, we become weak as water. Playing gentle. No, we don't want the blood to flow. So good luck, Ukuku. He just quietly stepped down and congratulated Buhari. No, he is a gentleman. But let it be a governorship, a tussle in his hometown. There you will see his eye. That time, his political ambition will merit the blood of everybody. Do you see how foolish our people are? We are not wise. It's like Mazi and Kanu started opening our brains, our eyes, and we are now started to be wise. Once you're in IPOB, once you are a listener, a student of Radio Biafra, you become wise. Wisdom, you don't get it in school. You know that? You don't get it in school. Are you hearing me? So this is what the Ariwa is asking. Tell his Ikure, they love Ikure, but they have oil blocks. Ikure man, where is your oil block? Are you hearing me? Now, as our brother sent to me, yes, you are right. Fulani population before there is about 7.6 million, but today is 15 point something million. 6 point, yes, you see, 6.6%. I saw it before 2015. It was less than 1.5%, which is not up to 2 million even in Nigeria. But today they have. Do you see that they are working everywhere? Once you open it, say, go see Google now. It's there in Google. See the population of Fulani in Nigeria, they are coming. Before you know it, before 10 years, they will write in Google that now Fulani has surpassed Biafra. They say Igbo people every time they say almost more than 40 million. Every time, right from time immemorial, the same number. No, we know the increase. Because we don't have concerned people. People are Igbos. We are not concerned of our collective interest. What matters is what we are going to get and be making show. That's why all of us are perishing. That's it. And we are perishing. Until a time comes, until we start putting heads together, and the time is now. That is what IPOB is for. If this thing, I think even I will postpone my religious program, honestly speaking, because I have many things to talk there. But I have many things to talk there. It will merit time. I don't know why this has taken my time, but it is worth it. Look at Ariwa. They are just begging Ikwere people. Don't say your language is Ikuru. Don't feel any other thing. But can I surprise you? Let me tell you. Do you know? Do you know that on papers, officially, Nigeria has 371 ethnic groups. Nigeria. But I counted it and counted it again. More than out of that 371 ethnic groups, more than 300 is from the north. Oh, Chineke. Hey, ignorance is a killer. I say more than 300 among 371 ethnic groups is from the north. Notwithstanding that even in our southeast, in our east, let me call in our east, in Biafra land, they put even clans, Ogoni, as an ethnic group, which is also Igbo. No matter how they divided it, more than 300 out of 371 is from the north. Then others are in the south, including Yoruba side. Do you see that? But they will not look at how they are telling you to divide. Let me tell you, they don't tell even their people in the north. They don't give them this advice. Instead, they tell you, no, you are Hausa and Fulani. You are speaking Hausa, just feel Hausa. Who is deceiving who? Who is the foolish person? Is it not we? Is it not the same way they are using in Abuja today to deal with his own people? He say they deny, say I'm not Igbo. Tomorrow we come now and start crying, begging, no, I'm Igbo man. No, it's politics now. That is how they use our people against our people. Very myopic set of human beings. You think you can grow more than your race? You are nothing unless we are something. We. Are you hearing me? Let me tell you, in the north there are many tribes, but many people don't know. Do you know that Tafawa Balewa, that you are hearing, the first prime minister of Nigeria, Tafawa Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, he was given a night in London. That's why they call him Sir Ahmad Bello, Sir Tafawa Balewa. They don't care about religion. What matters to them is the person they will use. Even they didn't give Azikiwe anything. Na England. It's these people. They Sir. Do you think that when they put Sir, do you think it's nothing? Lordship. Na London. Yana Ahmad Bello. Do you know that Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, do you know that he is not an Hausa man? Do you know that? He is from a tribe they call Gere tribe. Gere. G-E-A-R-E. Gere ethnicity. It's not Hausa. But all of us believe is an Hausa man. No, it's not an Hausa. He is from Gere. In Bauchi State. Do you know that? His father is Yakubu Danzala from Gere ethnicity. And that Gere is going into extinct because they are assimilating and absorbing every other tribe as a Hausa in the north. Are you hearing me? That is the reality. Now, Fulani, let me tell you the Fulani sophisticated politics. They left only language for Hausas to make them feel that they are human beings, but they are in charge. Are you hearing me? Fulani is a perfect colonizer. They leave them, just like I said, they remove them from their natural habitat, put them in their farmer's aquarium, and leave the fish to be moving around thinking that he's still in his natural habitat. They allow them, left their language, Hausa, but they are the Lord, they are in charge. The same way they gave Africa flag independence, we thought that we are ruling ourselves. Oh, we are in democracy, we are choosing our leaders. No, the Europeans are in charge. We are in a natural aquarium, in an artificial aquarium. Thinking that we are still swimming in the river. No, that is the truth. So, I put up, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. He's not an Hausa person. Never. But we call him Hausa. Because the Fulani, they are colonialists. They assimilate any other ethnicity. To the extent, even people in Benue speak Hausa. Don't you answer why? This instruction they are given to Ikwere by the Ariwa group. Okay, do you think that they will tell their group or their other ethnicities in the north? No, don't feel Hausa or feel anything. Feel this, but we are telling them. We are telling them, the whole northerners, the indigenous people of the north, we are telling you people. We are telling you people in order to do what? To defend your ethnicity. Let me come. Just hold on. I will bring all this, some of the names of these ethnic groups in Nigeria. I'll bring it. You will see. I say I counted them. Out of 371, more than 300 is from the north. But they don't take Britain come and say, we love you people in the east. So we want to defend you. You are minority. There is a threat from Igbos, so we protect you. And you ask them, what is the threat? Why don't you protect? Look at where Fulani is openly ransacking indigenous people in the north. Britain, they don't care. For you to understand that there is something ignominious. There is something heavy hidden agenda against us. We need to fight. We need to continue fighting. Otherwise, let me tell you, what we are fighting is for survival. We are not fighting to take another person's property. We are fighting for our own survival. Are you hearing me? That is what restoration of Biafra is all about. For our survival. Because we cannot survive in the artificial farm, British farm we call Nigeria. It's not natural for us. They are making sure to slaughter us all, to assimilate us in their artificial farm. But we cannot agree. You have ethnicities, tribes in the north, more than anything. You have Achipa, the Achipa tribe in Kebbi State. You have Adara, Kaduna and Niger. You have Fade, Yobe. You have Afizere, Plateau. You have Afo or Eloi, Nasarawa. Many of them, Alago, Nasarawa. You have Amo, Plateau. You have Atiap, Kaduna. You have Ayoka in Jigawa State. Are you hearing me? You have Ayu, Kaduna. Have you heard all these tribes before? But whenever they talk about tribe in Nigeria, you say, how many tribes in there? Name some tribes in Nigeria. You say Efik, Igbo, Ikwere. These are not even tribes. Some are clans. You don't know any other thing. Edo, Ejo, Egala. These are, you don't know anything about the north. Because this is the information they put out there for us to continue consuming. We continue consuming it. I say, IPOB opened my eyes about the world order. I am telling you, whatever the world wants to drive in, the West, now they continue dishing it out. Look at, I say, events that took place these few days. Even in Mavomi, I start shaking. I say, so this is how these people are highly hypocritical. What happened between Iran and Israel They no longer talk about his bombing, killing Iranian citizens in Iranian consulate in Syria, in another country. And do you know that it is against international charter, United Nations charter? When you invade an embassy, a consulate of a country in any place in the world, it means invading their sovereignty. Are you hearing me? That's why any person they pursue now, he run into a foreign embassy in their land. No, but they cannot go there to look at Julian Assange. Did they go to invade him? No. The answer is no. Because they have to respect the international pact, the United Nations Charter on protection of consulates. It is like the territory of that country. But whatever they are speaking, you hear all these politicians in Western politicians in Sky News, in CNN, they don't talk about what is the bomb. No, they start. The way they increase the volume. Oh, Iran will use more than 300 drones and ballistic missiles, and it's a massive attack. I say, but. Hi! Chinekele. No person talks about it. And they continue pushing this until people, little by little in your subconscious, you start accepting their message. Subconsciously. You will start accepting it and start blaming the other person. Or the other people say, no, why do you do? Without understanding that, look, these people provoked it, look at what they did. Had they been even how many times I'm not supporting anybody, but I'm talking on international treaties and respect to law. People that are telling you that we have to respect the law, this and that, but they are hypocrites in this world. That is why I look at this world, I say there is no single justice. No single justice. Any person, justice or no justice or conscience is for the proper to control the people. All this, anything they want, they get it, whether it means massacre. They use their media to achieve it. Are you hearing me? From time to time they can use proxies, no problem. It's a cold war. It's a tricky war. No person will. How many times they assassinate maybe Iranian scientists? In Mecca, in Saudi Arabia, they assassinated him. There is no proof. That one, no person, no problem. It's allowed in international politics. You too, if you have power, you go and retaliate secretly without proof. After all, during the Cold War, between the Soviet Union and the West, many things happened. Many proxies. But they told themselves they have a pact that we shall never fight an open war. But if you know how to trick master, trick star, bring out your style, no problem. We can accept that. But let us not, they agree not to disagree. Or they disagree to agree that they should never fight open war, because fighting open war among themselves is spell doom to the world. They will use their nuclear weapons. Everybody knows it. That's why they are using proxies. They can use terrorists. Attack this side will revenge. Is allowed as long as there is no proof pinned to you. They will laugh. It's intelligent game. It's allowed. But when you go openly to bomb because you have to do it, and you claim responsibility, is you. Everybody knows it. You have now you have failed. It's no more Cold War. This is open war. But they are not talking it like this. Here I say, I look at anything the Western media says now. If you want to survive, don't ever accept, don't ever listen, because they have been dealing with us. That is how they drove their religion into our skulls, telling us to hate our things, telling us that our ways are evil, our ancestors are. We accepted it. Oh, I'm telling you. I want to, my blood pressure rises. And it's stuck in our brain. It's stuck in our life. It becomes our way of life. We started accepting it that look, and a savior comes from a white place is him. That we start arguing something that is natural to us. I know now. It's not a religion. Discarding our own thing. Discarding our own thing. Telling ourselves they convince. Do you know what it took them? Not even they didn't. They impose on us that everything concerning us is evil. We are talking about the lives of Mungo Park and the Landa brothers. That now we are because our eyes are now open. We are matured enough to reason. Now, when it comes to religion, why can't we reason? This is why, the caliphate is. Look at, they are seen also as the people that don't know nothing. That they should colonize us. When they divide us into piecemeals, what will they do? They swallow us all one by one. They will swallow us one by one. Do you know why our people said in 1967, 66, 67, we are able to rise up to fight? Do you know the reason? Because they killed us everywhere. Do you know that is a mistake they will never do again? Now, they devise a more potent way of swallowing us. Piecemeal by piecemeal. Don't you see? There is no more massive rioting that in every place in the north that targets Igbo traders or Igbo properties. No. Instead, it happens one place at a time, others will keep quiet. Another time, it will happen in Bauchi. Others will it's unlike before. Before, anything that started, even in Plateau, it will spread. They don't even ask questions. They start killing Igbos everywhere, riots everywhere, and people will start running, coming back home. Now, in 1966, they did it. To the extent, even in the West, Yorubas started also the same thing. That is the thing that drove our people to have the audacity and say, oh boy, let us go suicide. Instead, even if it is a die, let us die because we are dying. There is nothing we can do. Many people are saying that some mischievous people are saying that Ojukwu caused the war. Ojukwu didn't even want the war. He wanted to avoid the war. That is why he negotiated with Gowon and his friends in the north, the emirs in the north, and convinced our people, said, no, everything is okay. Do they talk about it? Hypocrites everywhere. Do they talk about it? The answer is no. Do you ask them? You cannot ask them because you don't know. You don't study history, do you? Ojukwu negotiated after the first wave of pogrom that killed hundreds of thousands of our people. Ojukwu said, okay, I don't want anything. He started negotiating frantically with Gowon and the emirs of the north. And they assure him that, okay, it's over, no problem. That they have rent in their people, no problem. He didn't know that it's a trap. Ojukwu has to announce on radio and convince our people that if you want to go to the north, it's free, everywhere is okay. Now please, let us forgive and forget. As normal Igbo man, religious man. Let us forgive and forget. Or everybody go. Our people nupuku again. The second time. Is that second time that they slaughtered the worst? When the people that came back, our people gather and forced Ojukwu say, if you don't declare Biafra, if you don't take us out of Nigeria, we are going to look for somebody that will replace you and put him there and pursue you from that place. If you're a coward. Ojukwu tell them, say, look, if we fight war, it's not good though. If they defeat us, we become slaves. Or those that they say, you want us to be killed? They gather Ojukwu. They want to shred him into pieces. People will not tell you this. Mischievous set of people. They are lying against somebody that died. Very, very hypocritical, evil set of people. They don't tell you this. It is our people. Though the population gathered and imposed in Ojukwu and said, look, we must take us because we are no more safe. Anywhere we are no more safe. And do you know why our people are able to do that? Have the mind to do that? Because there is no more any safe place for them. Had it been Lagos didn't kill them, all of them will run to Lagos from Kaduna, Kanu. Lagos now say, hey, bad cool, no problem. At least apartment. Now so our people be. But it was hot everywhere. And let me tell you, what I'm telling you is what is happening. The Nigeria Caliphate now realize that is a mistake they made. So now what they are doing is dividing us into piecemeal and be swallowing us little by little as they are driving in their agenda. They kill some people in Bauchi after Deborah riot. Deborah Samuel. They destroyed our properties. Before he enters another place, they cool down. The governors and emirs we could have said, oh yeah, Igbo, yeah, no problem. Those that died, don't worry. Igbo, we do like babies. You will slap him immediately, cry. You carry biscuit, you give him to him and say, take now. Igbo man will say, he loves us. But what we are saying is this, our property, the damage, and the governor said, don't worry, I will take care of it, don't worry, we are all one Nigeria. I say, okay, I thank you. You see, bring Igbo man to address a commissioner. I thank you, sir, for even coming. I lost my two siblings. They killed him and destroyed my property, but you are a very good man. I thank you for even listening, for coming here to talk to us. I thank you very much. I am here in Kaduna. It's good people you are. We are in Kanu. It's good people. The man who are here in Kanu, are they happy that even Governor Metromaka, very primitive set of people. That is the new system they have devised. They will not come like 1966, killing us everywhere. No. They will kill here. Before you know, they have reduced that population, they cool down. They have cleared the properties. Burn down the properties of some. Before you know, everybody will say, they'll say, okay, don't worry, we'll take care of it. Hey. Oh, yeah. They will cool it down. Another day, it will happen in Zamfara. Another day, they will burn our destiny in Lagos. Others will say, as long as Igbo man have a respite somewhere, he prefer to survive, to live, even this is a very bad mantra we need to remove from our mentality. Very bad mantra. People that does this, they perish. They become assimilated. We die natural death like the Taino tribe in the Caribbean. They are extinct. People that are like this, that have no sense of politics, that have no sense of self-preservation. What matters to them is what individual. They sentence us to individual survival. This is very, very evil, wicked, and bad. We have to change our mentality, please. We have to change our mentality. Any person go, if there is any census, any northern group, somebody from Atiyap ethnic Atiyap tribe, you have to don't fill the form and say Hausa. No, you are denying your identity. Right? That they tell you say Yes, no. I'm from Atiyap. I'm Ayoka in Jigawa. It's my ethnicity. If they tell you Fulani, you say no. I'm Ayoka. I am Ayu from Kaduna. Are you hearing me? I am Bambuko from Taraba State. Stop feeling that you are Hausa. But when you come out as somebody from Banka in Bauchi State, when they call you Hausa man, you start being annoyed. But when you are feeling form of what do you call it? Population census form. You say they tell you say you are Hausa. Just as I said you are Hausa, you say okay. No problem. No, you are diminishing. Let me tell you, the population of Hausa, they are increasing, and Fulani. It is the population of the other indigenous ethnicities that are living out of ignorance, denying their identity. When it comes to where they have to stand for their identity, they say they are Hausa, but they are not. They have their natural language. Hausa is what they teach them. They taught them Hausa. My comrade that I used to bring, he will come here, I think, Monday. He's from a Gun tribe. A Gun, I never even knew. He told me he's a Gun in Nasarawa, from Nasarawa State. But he speaks Hausa naturally. They learn it. They impose them to learn Hausa. You must speak Hausa. Do you see? But these people, they will tell you that they are not domineering. It's Igbo domineering. Do we impose our language in our any tribe? Oh, the misinformation, the hatred in Britain spread. This kind of hatred is evil against Igbos. They put on us something that is far, because they identify the Igbos as the only people that can rise up and save others. Now they pinpoint them in order to deal with Igbos. But once they finish with Igbos, now every other one is just for easy targets. That is why they are doing this. Do you understand me? Do you know about the Bassa tribe? Bassa. In Kaduna, Kogi, in Niger State, Plateau. Even when I count, I didn't even count some Benue State. Even some Kogi tribes, I don't count them. You understand? But they are more than 300 tribes out of 371. But whenever they talk about different tribes, they come to the east. Is there? It makes everybody focus. Oh, there they have minorities. They are misinforming. Is misinformation or is misinformation? The same way they are misinforming the world to put into your head to you hate one set of people. The people they hate is what you will hate. Their enemies will become your enemies. That is the way they want us to be, because we are in their farms. They try to do it to Mandela. In 90s, when Mandela came out, he went to America. They started, they know how to produce somebody now. Mandela, you say you're a Democrat, but you are dealing with Palestinians. They are terrorists. Why are you dealing with them? But you say you are defending democracy. He answered that idiot. He gave him also. He gave her. I think it's a lady. He gave that journalist what she deserved. He said the highest mistake of the West, especially America, is to think that their enemy should be our enemies. That is, any person that is their enemy, they expect you have to be your enemy. Any person that is their friend, they must be your friend. That is nonsense. Which means, then why are you preaching democracy? You don't give me the right to choose. You are imposing on me, and you are the champion of democracy. To hell with this, they are useless and hypocritical democracy, which they are using in keeping Africans down. Say democracy. Are we in charge? Are we electing our president? The answer is no. What they are using us to do is just like window display. Just to showcase that, oh, there is democracy. But underneath, they have chosen who they want to choose. And they promote the person. Before you know, whether they must put him there by hook or by crook. Didn't you see your crocodile eye how Obama installed Buhari? Is it not Obama? Obama. When he was America's president of America, he installed Buhari into power. He cajoled good luck and tell him, hey, Obama used his campaign manager. Buhari used Obama's campaign manager from America. And before even the result come out, Obama called Jonathan and said, hey, I say you have to go down. Congratulate him, otherwise you will die in office. So he threatened him direct. That's why he said, my political ambition, the blood of Nigerians didn't merit my political ambition. He congratulated even before full results. That is democracy. Is that democracy? They are hypocrites everywhere. Hypocrites everywhere. Torturing our lives. So what am I trying to say? If you are a northern indigenous person or personnel or people, somebody from Bauchi in Niger State, from Baya in Adamawa, from Birom in Plateau, what of the Bobua in Taraba State? What about the Buduma in Borno State? The Bomboro in Bauchi? These are different tribes, but you call all of them Hausa. They are not. They come to separate us. We Igbos, Ikwere. They say no. Say that you are not Igbo, you are Ikwere. Do you think they love you? Do you think? Why can't you reason? Say why is the Fulani group? Northern, they call Northern group. So they love me more than my brother. They want me to be in complete conflict with my brother, so that they will come to ginger me, sponsor me, kill my brother, so that after everything, they will take over everything, put me into slavery. Are you here? Don't you know? Don't you know the way they are coming? It is high time. It is completely high time we understand the ways of these people. It is colonial legacy. The way colonialists come, the way they evade through different ways, including religion. They didn't bring us religion that they love us. No. It's just a way to keep us. There is no way you, as a religious zealot, that you will have a say in foreigners' religion. It's impossible. You can never be perfect. Others must be coming from above. Are you hearing me? Order must be coming from above. As we talk about belief, which is an acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof. It is the mental acceptance of a claim as true. Now, every tradition and culture has its own belief system, synonymous with the people's origin and way of life. But imposing foreign belief is a way of control. That is what I want to bring out, because I'll soon close and open the lines. Imposing foreign belief is a way of control and manipulation, which is colonization. It is better we continue that our natural belief system, that no person has no foreign influence. Just as I was saying, in our land we believe in Agwa and it is working. It's a belief, but we are seeing it. Many of us experience it. You can stay, you have your natural talent, your Agwa will just come into you and start, you will be building something. It happened to me as a kid. It happens to me, I tell you. You will be building things without understanding. You didn't learn it in school, no. Had it been with it, not before you know, even the family will be saying now, they will start delivering you, carrying you, because everywhere you take, before you know it, that thing that is in you is trying to. Had it been, it is not a foreign religious control, we will develop it. We will know how to manage this and develop it and use it to develop our country. Instead of you see many of our people that have this agua. Many have been, strangulated. Many are now into kidnapping because no development. Had it been, it is not about this Nigeria we are in and the religion they put us into. Everything about you say, it's mojo. Hey, chopoya. And I no kwane pay till today. Where are we? Where are we? Any religion that comes from, abroad, it is meant to colonize you because it is not natural to you. You don't have a say. The indigenous people can never think of work towards innovating, modernizing, or changing any foreign imposed belief or myth. Any innovations or changing to the belief system must come from the origin. Do you see the reason why our indigenous culture is necessary? It's our natural habitat where we have command over it. We can decide to innovate something out of it, and we do. Don't you see how Pope from Rome said something of blessing same sex that is taboo in our land? You see people in our land, because they swear allegiance to it, they start defending it. Don't you see that? They came to our land, they impose our people, our men, to be celibate. That it is a girl, women to be also celibate. That is, they don't marry. They become unproductive in our society, and you call them father. Is it right? Is it right? They close all those generations. All those because of foreign. Tomorrow now, maybe in the next 20 years, or in the next 50 years, they can decide in Rome and say, okay, from today, Reverend Father should be marrying. That time they have released. What of those that they destroyed their generations? Do you see? Because it's not natural to us, so we don't have any say. We don't have any. Yes, you mama, and you must deliquate. You must calm down and continue. Because they pay. He who pays you controls you. You see, do you see the work of foreign religion? But if it is our own natural one, we don't have any any problem. Do you see Islam? Where Islam is giving much problem is non-Arab countries, where it was imposed. Just watch the whole world, watch them. But the source where Islam it comes from, they are doing their thing. Even their Islamic is their thing. Is their natural culture. They have taken it as their natural culture right from 7th century till today. They fought for it. But wherever they are fighting against all this, look at Boko Haram, look at everywhere in the other parts of the world. It's where they are fighting for Islam. But where today Saudi Arabia can wake up and say, no, women now, they are giving them little chance. It is their thing. If they do it in other places, some radical decision from the origin will tell them, no, you are going against Islam. But if they do it in their places, they are telling you cannot command them. Do you see that? If we have our natural culture, our natural belief system, no person can command us. No person can control us from outside. Don't you see that control from outside is also part of colonization? Even if it takes religious dimension, it's part of colonization. Don't you know that? We must relinquish and remove ourselves from this continuous colonial legacy. I will speak another day about this because time has gone. I think next Saturday there will be a program. It will be any other day. We must continue because I have many things that I prepare to say on the religious issue, but another thing has taken my own but we must continue. I think I will go into a few minutes break so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling in. Please do not go away. I will be right back. I will definitely be right back. Please, do not go away. I will be right back.
Superb call to action. Biafrans return to farming. Invest in agriculture. Have you ever paused to question the importance of self-sufficiency in food production? Food self-sufficiency, or the ability of a nation to feed its own people from its own resources, plays a pivotal role in securing a country's future. It's more than just filling our bellies. It's about nourishing our economy, our workforce, and our independence. Imagine being at the mercy of external sources for your daily bread. It's like a constant game of tug-of-war at where your sustenance is the rope. Any moment the balance could tip and you'd be left scrambling for resources. This reliance could pose potential threats to national security and economic stability. Outsourcing our food needs puts us in a vulnerable position, susceptible to price hikes, supply chain disruptions, or even political manipulations. But let's flip the coin and look at the benefits of self-sufficiency in food production. Firstly, it empowers our economy. When we invest in agriculture, we're not just planting seeds in the soil, we're sowing the seeds of economic growth. The farm-to-table journey involves many hands, from farmers to transporters, from retailers to restaurateurs. Each link in this chain represents a job, a livelihood, a boost to our economy. Secondly, it ensures food security. By growing our own food, we can control the quality and quantity of our produce. We're also less likely to experience food shortages, ensuring that no one in our community goes to bed hungry. Lastly, it promotes sustainability. Agriculture done right can be a tool for environmental conservation, preserving our land's fertility for future generations. So you see, self-sufficiency in food production is not just a matter of pride, it's a matter of survival, of economic prosperity, and of national security. Understanding the importance of food self-sufficiency sets the stage for our discussion on the call to action from IPOB. Recently, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, called on Biafrans to return to farming and invest heavily in agriculture. This is not just a call to action, but a clarion call for survival and self-sufficiency. The world is on the brink of a food crisis, and Nigeria is no exception. An impending famine looms large, threatening to cast a dark shadow over the land. But here's the thing, Biafrans are not destined to be victims, but victors. IPOB, led by the indomitable Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, believes that Biafra has the means and the fertile lands to avert this impending danger. This call to action isn't just about planting seeds in the ground, but planting seeds of hope, resilience, and self-reliance. And it's not just about farming. It's about creating an entire ecosystem that supports agriculture, from cash crops to animal husbandry. It's about building agricultural cottage industries that process and preserve agricultural products for export, turning Biafra into a powerhouse of agricultural productivity. So where do you come in? IPOB is appealing to all Biafrans philanthropists to support farmers in their communities. But this support doesn't only mean giving temporary food items, it means providing seedlings and other farming implements. It means encouraging and supporting farmers to go back to farming, to go back to the land that once provided for us all. And it's not just about the present, but about the future. IPOB is urging Biafrans to invest in agricultural research centers. Why? Because quality research and development is key to growing our native food products efficiently and sustainably. It's about learning how to fish, not just buying fish to eat. This call to action is not just about investing in agriculture, but also about investing in the future of Biafrans. It's about securing our food supply, about ensuring we are not left vulnerable. It's about taking control of our destiny, one seed at a time. Because at the end of the day, a nation that can feed itself is a nation that can stand tall and strong, no matter what comes its way. IPOB is not just calling for action, but also taking tangible steps to promote agriculture in Biafra. The indigenous people of Biafrans, or IPOB, is not simply sounding the horn for agricultural investment, but it's also actively participating in the drive. A key aspect of its involvement is the provision of high-quality seedlings to selected farmers for the planting season. By doing so, IPOB directly incentivizes farming, providing the necessary tools that allow farmers to produce bountiful and healthy crops. But the commitment of IPOB to
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. And we are here live and direct. Today is the 20th day of April 2024. Our lines are open, but before that, let me also continue reiterating on the call for the IPOB call for our people to go back to farming. When we talk about farming, both animal farming, animal husbandry, horticulture is using a small space. Now technology has increased. You can use a small space, even if we are working. Because some people think, our call is only, stop for anything you are doing. Go back and start to farming like that. If you are doing something, if you are working, or you're a trader, you still have the opportunity of farming in your space. Because if this family have produced something, the other family produce. Sometimes China is like that because there are plenty. So each family, each apartment produces things. And that's it. That's how you see Chinese exportation. It's plenty. So you can cultivate even in your small space. You use bag. Learn how to do all this farming. It's in YouTube. That phone you are carrying is not only for looking for content creation. It's not only for looking for listening to gossip in WhatsApp. You can use there to learn anything you want. I am telling you. That smartphone you have. So that is what, because they are bent on making sure that we depend. It is Nigeria policy. The policy is from Britain through Nigeria for our region to be food dependent on others, so that they can suffer us and kill us at will. They will use food to bend us as they want. Don't you hear every time any slightest thing, the Northern Iowa group will say, no, we block food importation. No more bringing food to the south. Don't you hear it several times? Don't it ring a bell in your ear that, look, now these people have agenda, so let us start now. Is it when they happen? You know, there are things from there, you know their mentality. They want you to continue looking for money, running around in the market. You are buying in a month. But the time will come, if you carry your millions of naira, you go to market, you don't see anything to buy. You start cooking that money. You will go house and boil, take 5 million naira at a time, put inside pot and cook. When you cook it, you and your children will eat. At that time, you will understand that money is useless. Why do you think that France, England, Belgium, all these ways, the West, they have gold reserve, something tangible? Whereas Africans are interested in cash. So, paper. According to one report, to make $100, the cost of making $100 bill is less than 10 cents. So, when you look at how many kilos of gold, how many 1 kilo of gold costs how many? Maybe $40-something thousand dollars. Now you check the real value you are buying it. Check it, maybe it's not even up to $200. It's just paper. They give you paper, you give them reality, and they are storing it. That is the thing. Let us have reality. Reality is the food we are producing. So that even if without money you have obaji. I could remember when we were small. We have a yam ban. Without money, you go you go to the barn and take one yam and